What is up, everybody? Hello, welcome to the stream. Um, it's pretty hot today. I don't know about everybody else, but very, very warm uh here, and I think almost everywhere. I think where I'm at, we're 110 degrees, maybe hotter than that. But it is 90 plus in Michigan. Jesus, yeah, that's insane. That's insane. We need to tell them to cool the weather down a little bit. Like if they're gonna be cloud seeding, can they at least make the weather good? That's probably a no. Probably a no. So I thought that today we would look at Sequoia Capital. And the reason that I want to look at Sequoia Capital is because tomorrow will be hotter. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Well, noted. Noted. We do not have natural weather anymore. It is all by design. That is definitely true. We have like arrays of satellites all over the world that will use radar or like signal waves to basically direct cloud movements. What's up, Wheezy? How you doing? So a couple people have probably seen where I have dug into Kleiner Perkins. Sorry, but I can tell the climate's only getting hotter. Yeah, it is. It absolutely is. And so essentially with Kleiner Perkins, the other side of the coin of basically Silicon Valley is Sequoia Capital. And it essentially, you had Google was seed funded by both and helmed by Eric Schmidt, and that's sort of how Google became as big as it has. Was through those two companies and Eric Schmidt's leadership. Obviously, Jeffrey Epstein was involved as well once they started going to like the Edge conferences and stuff. But even like the founding of Google was so for everybody's, I guess, like ease of context, Kleiner Perkins is just the military-industrial complex. And Sequoia Capital is essentially kind of the same thing, but it also includes like ties to Israel and Mossad and stuff like that. So it's going to be interesting looking into this. Not that. Here we go. This. So we have Sequoia Capital. Now, what I want to do is obviously start with the founders. So we'll go there. So founded by Don Valentine in 1972. He was actually given money by Capital Management Partners, which is just another VC. So we have, I guess I'll do this. Don Valentine. And as I'm going, if there's anything that maybe I miss or overlook or anything like that, please feel free to shout it out, drop some links and stuff in the chat, and we'll get this thing going. So, Don Valentine was, I guess Sequoia Capital should be blue. Keep all your audio's kind of messed up. What's wrong with it? It's clipping or something? How's this? Is this any better? It is better? Can't tell? Yet? Alright, I'll keep talking. I turned down the levels just a little bit. So we'll see if that nod's still messed up. Gotta keep talking to know. Alright. Alright. How's that? Is that better? I think it's something to do with your mic. I always have. I always have audio issues. I don't know why. Is this better? Well, you can't buy your audio stuff from Temu. It's not. I have a so when I quit my job, I basically used like my last paychecks to buy a microphone and a camera. And I got a Shure mic and I got the cheapest Sony camera I could get. But this is just their way of silencing me. Record a little bit of yourself and listen back and you'll be able to tell. I've seen it. Let me turn off. How's that? Is that any better? Is it still clipping? I turned off my limiter. Sounds good. I had a limiter on so that I couldn't get too loud. Is it still clipping like that? Damn it, never mind. No? Damn it. Okay. What about the noise suppressor then? It's doing it less, I think. Is this any better? Better or worse? Much better. Okay. Sounds good to me. Seems better. Okay. I turned off the noise suppression. You gotta keep talking for us to tell. Mic check. Mic check. 1, 2. I swear, I just need an audio guy to come in here. I gotta find an audio guy that will sit down with me and be like, all right, so we're gonna get your shit together. Because it's essentially I'm just opening OBS and then clicking shit until, oh, it's still clipping. Fuck. How's that? Sounds good. Let me turn down the... How's this? Better? It's already been about 15 minutes. We're still clipping? Let's see. All right, I'm going to keep talking. Could be messing up my video. You need to connect with Midnight Mike from OBDM Podcast. He's the audio guy. Send him my way. All I did was Google filters to use, and I found a forum with a post where a guy was like, use these settings and everything will be fine. And they were when I was on Windows, but now I'm on Linux and it just fucked everything up. All of my audio codecs and everything that I had, all ruined. It's all gone. This is how we know you're a humble operation and not getting the big donor bucks. Yeah, man, I probably have the most technical issues of anybody that does this. What's crazy is I've been live streaming for like 2 years, roughly, and I still haven't fucking figured out how to make my audio not shit. So there's that. All right. Nah, it's an op. He's got to look the part. Man, one of these days I'm going to get out of my room and I'm going to be in an office and then I'll be big time. And by office, I mean another room in my house that's not mine. Then we'll be big time. Then you guys will be able to... I hear a little bit of static. Wish your speech is clear, not clipping for me, just the static. So I have 3 fans going in my room, because my air conditioning is not good enough to cool my room down. So there may be a little bit of background noise, especially since I just got rid of the noise suppression. But there is a mini fan that I'm using right here that's pointed right at my face. And then I have another fan over there. And then I have another fan back behind my green screen that's blowing all of the hot air out of my room and into the rest of the house. The fan over there is blowing the AC vent directly at me, and then this little face fan is for me, so that I'm not absolutely dying by the end of stream. And that might explain the static. That might explain it. All right. Let's get back to it. Your chart looks like the Milky Way galaxy, not the fans. You are cutting in and out very rapidly. Definitely the mic setup. Well, let me try something. Hold on. How's this? Testing. Is that better? You're supposed to have a Jewish manager and he take care of all that. Ooh. So I would, but oh, it's low still. Better? Is this better? Yeah, the mic's definitely clipping. I wish I knew what the fuck I was doing. I don't I don't know. I don't know. This might be as good as it's gonna get because we're about 1/8 of the way through stream. So all I did was unplug my audio interface and then plug it back in. I'm wondering if I need to restart it every single time I restart my computer. You fixed it? Okay. All right. Well, from now on, before I go live, if I restart my computer, I will also restart my my audio interface. It's not clipping anymore. Okay. All right. I'll take it. That's a win. We're in. All right. So resetting the audio interface seems to have fixed it. I just unplugged it and plugged it back in. All right. Cool. So, with Linux, most of the time you only need to relog, not reboot. So I turn off my computer because it helps to keep my room cool. Often just unplugging and replugging cables is the fix also. And I had an update right beforehand that did require me to restart. I get updates basically every day through Linux, and I wasn't aware before going to it, and it annoys me to see that little shield down at the bottom with a badge on it for like notifications and stuff. So anyway, all right. So we're getting to it. So we have Don Valentine, right? A little bit about Don Valentine. This is him, right? So Don Valentine is the guy that funded Sequoia Capital. He grew up in the Bronx, and he was he went from Mount St. Michael Academy and graduated. He began his career as a sales engineer at Raytheon. So right away, we're already into the military industrial complex. He worked for one of the largest arms manufacturers on the planet. Right. And for those that remember Kleiner Perkins, when I was looking into them, Vannevar Bush was also at Raytheon. Not at the same time, but Vannevar Bush was part of the part of basically helping to convince the military to set up VC capital funds as shell companies. Have you done the links inside the European elites and American elites? I bet it is even more frightening. I've started looking at a couple different things. I'm noticing that a lot more stuff comes out of Scotland than people are willing to admit. Scotland's like one of those very rarely mentioned, but very, very connected to a lot of fucked up shit. And obviously others, but that just seems to be one that doesn't really ever get a lot of attention. Like the Scottish Rite and all that stuff. But so already right off the rip, Raytheon. What's more important though is he ended up leaving to go to Fairchild Semiconductor. So for those that might also remember from this Kleiner Perkins web, another person that was at Fairchild Semiconductors was Eugene Kleiner of Kleiner Perkins. European Union is extremely corrupt. Absolutely. Absolutely they are. So so we have Don Valentine also at Fairchild Semiconductors with Eugene Kleiner of Kleiner Perkins. So I'll go ahead and grab him. And I'm not going to like include all of the Kleiner Perkins stuff because essentially what I want to do is build these things out as like semi-separate so that I have like itemized webs for each one of them and then combine them all to show the full picture of like how Silicon Valley got started and how it was basically venture capital, investment banking, the military, and Israel. Scottish Rite Lives, number 13, some more than others. Grateful. So I'll just take Kleiner Perkins and just put it here, and then know that all of this stuff, anytime you see Kleiner Perkins, it's connected to basically all this shit. So just keep that in your mind. All right. So, what was the Fairchild Semiconductor? It was basically like a branch of the Fairchild Camera and Instrument Company, where you had this camera company, and it was ran by Sherman Fairchild, and essentially he was making cameras and stuff for the military, and then some of the people from the Shockley Semiconductor Laboratory left that and pitched a semiconductor lab to this Sherman Fairchild guy, and he used the money that he got from like military contracts and shit like that to help fund the Fairchild Semiconductor Laboratory, and that ended up becoming a subsidiary of the Fairchild company. That's the gist, right? So we have the Fairchild Camera and Instrument Company, and we have the Traitorous 8 from the Shockley Semiconductor Laboratory. Right, and then so from there we have Sherman Fairchild. I can sum it up by saying smart, secret, militarized armaments in residential technology. Perfect. That is pretty much right on the nose. I think you have found that the uncle of Trump was one of the founders of the modern military deep state in the 1950s. Yeah, so the American research, what is it? The American Research and Development Corporation. They were like the first capital VC, like the modern one, where instead of being funded by like a single family, it could be a bunch of different people that partner up and create a fund together with their wealth, like pool their wealth together and fund companies that way. And that's how you ended up getting venture capital. Yeah, and then Jeff Bezos' grandfather founded DARPA. And then, you know, the rest is history. But it's also the present because all these same fucking entities are still running shit today. All right, so we need to get the traitorous 8 in here. I don't think it says who it is. It should have them though. So Fairchild Semiconductor International, an American semiconductor company based in San Jose. It was founded in 1957 by the traitorous 8 who defected from Shockley Semiconductor Lab. I'll go ahead and put those in there too. Shockley. Because Kleiner was there. Kleiner defected. Right? And then you also have Arthur Rock, who we're going to look at. But the Shockley Semiconductor Lab was funded by Beckman Instruments, which is, they're the guys behind, like, I believe they own Texas Instruments, if I'm not mistaken, unless they sold it. But Shockley, he went to Caltech and MIT, the same MIT that helped basically start the American Research Defense Corporation. And then he went to work at Bell Labs in 1936. So right out of MIT, ends up working at Bell Labs. So we have William Shockley. And this is all going to be important context for later. Right? Who was also at Bell Labs. Bell Labs is essentially another front company for the military who did like a joint partnership with AT&T as their front company to do like the landlines and the phones and basically lay like most of networks, like the network cables, the landlines, all that shit. One thing is, why do the elites not hide all this information, make it public on the internet? One, I think it's essentially to keep track of their money and all that shit, but also a lot of their belief system relies on them having things out in the open. And that sort of absolves them of guilt. Because if they make all of the information publicly available, then it's your fault that you didn't know any better. And that basically, they're like, I didn't hide anything. You didn't put it together. 30 years ago, you needed to go to libraries and public records to find all of this info. That is true. Hey, did Verizon take over the Bell Labs equipment? I don't think so. I could be wrong, though. I'm pretty sure Bell Labs stayed in close partnership with AT&T. But, you know, all the telecommunications companies work together. So, hard to say. All right, so we have California Institute of Technology, and we have MIT. And anytime someone graduates from MIT, it's like a huge red flag for me that they just belong to the military industrial complex. I don't know about anybody else, but that is how I feel. So when I see people like Thomas Massey, who graduated from MIT, being like the hero for everybody, I'm like, you guys realize he's like a DARPA plant, right? To reveal the truth, to release the bad karma. It is the revelation of the method. Exactly. Dropped out of college. Have to tell us what they're doing, so in the end it was our decision. Exactly, exactly. Dude, you guys are the smartest chat on the internet. You have not gone the rabbit of musical chairs between CEOs of big companies, NGOs, state agencies, etc. I mean, I have quite a few webs that lay that stuff out. This is just an Elon Musk, Peter Thiel web of VC, venture capital, institutions, think tanks, NGOs, universities, different people, right? I have one that's just some of the people in the Trump web, some of them. I've got people like Michael Schellenberger that push all kinds of different things like Open Society Foundation, MacArthur Foundation, all these foundations and stuff. Like all of this, the Reform Alliance, the Sierra Club, Rainforest Action Network. I mean, it's basically impossible to map every single thing out, but I have webs associated with a lot of it. It's just hard because there's so much the so-called Ivy Leagues. Yeah. You probably find the money relations between America, Russia, and China. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I mean, some of that is laid out in like my Mike Flynn web. Some of that is laid out in my Racine web. The 1% still make up 80 million people, so mapping them out will take forever. I promise you Putin and Xi Jinping are controlled by the same evil people. Oh, yeah. Yeah, absolutely. Ever look into the Welcome Five? I have never heard of it, actually. What is the Welcome Five? All right. So we have Caltech. We have MIT, right? MIT moved from Boston to Cambridge in 1916 with private industry, military branches, and new federal basic research agencies, the formation of which was influenced by MIT faculty like Vannevar Bush, right? So Vannevar Bush, military, MIT. Right? So he was also at Bell Labs. Beckman agreed to back Shockley's efforts with Beckman Instruments. Beckman Instruments was NASA Apollo Guidance System, the Coulter Corporation. It's now owned by the Daenerys Corporation, which is, if I remember correctly, not American. I could be wrong. Oh, yeah, no, okay, it's American. Massachusetts. Massachusetts Real Estate Investment Trust. Okay. MIT Military Industrial Training. Yeah, essentially. I found out that the Iranian parliament looks like a Masonic temple, so who bets the Iranian government is controlled by our overlords. You know, about a month ago, or whenever right before Israel started bombing Iran, I was like, everyone realizes that Israel, America, and Iran are all in it together, right? And a lot of people seem to disagree with my analysis. But that, you know what? That's fine. That is fine. So we have the Fairchild Semiconductor, right? And then Schlumberger bought the firm in 1979 and sold it to National Semiconductor. So we have this Schlumberger, right? Which was the company that ended up buying Fairchild and then selling it to National Semiconductor. So make sure we get that in there. I believe I have National Semiconductor somewhere else. I just don't remember where. Oh, it's on my BlackRock canvas. Okay. Got it. Selling it. National Semiconductor. We'll bring William Shockley up a little bit. So on the BlackRock canvas, right, National Semiconductor, Pierre Lamond, and Genentech. So Genentech is something that was also funded by Sequoia Capital. All right, cool. All right, the Welcome Five from the Welcome Trust, a philanthropic endeavor who fund medical trash. Edward Jenner, Peter Mandelson, Richard Sykes, or Roy Anderson. Do you think biblical prophecies about the end times are fake? I think that they created them, and now they are making sure that society is steered in a way that the prophecies seem to kind of come true if you like apply the different I guess events within the prophecy. Do you think our dear elites will be able to ban meat, put us in 15-minute cities under the credit score like good rats? Yes. Eventually, over time, that is what's going to happen. All you can really do, because people are stupid, is because there's not going to be a mass awakening. So you just got to kind of do what you can to get you and your loved ones set up as best as possible to prolong what seems to be an inevitability. You know, I when I first started this, I was like, I'm gonna get in this. I'm gonna wake a bunch of people up. You're really low. Get closer to the mic. How's this? Volume too low. So, you know, when I first got into this, I was like, man, I'll be able to like map out so much stuff and wake people up. People are fucking retarded. There is no way that everyone's gonna wake up. The only thing I could see happening is like the Epstein stuff comes out and becomes very public knowledge, and everything he was involved in and all of the people he was involved with become very, very common knowledge to the point of household names, and then people actually do something about it. And I don't think that's gonna happen. I mean, hey, if somebody wants to fucking prove me wrong, more power to you. But I'd rather be honest and say that I don't think that feasibly there is a way to kind of stop what's coming. And I know it sounds blackpilling, but I hope someone proves me wrong. I hope there comes a day where I'm proven wrong. But just from my time in this and knowing people and interacting with them, it's we're fucked. Vodluvovich group taking down the U.S. Yep. If the Bible was real, it wouldn't be legal to read. They would have hid it like they did all the other stuff. Just making awareness leads to people voting with their dollar. Yeah, I mean, all I can really do is tell people, and people can take it or leave it. If you take it, you apply the stuff, and you fucking avoid shit and know what, is bullshit in the media and stuff. Like, if I can save you time, energy, worry, etc., then awesome. But I don't see that being like, I'm going to wake up millions of people all at the same time, and we're going to organize, and we're not going to get subverted and infiltrated and undermined and outbid or outlawed or whatever that looks like. I mean, there's so many fucking contingencies. All right, so Schlumberger is French. Awesome. Fucking French, man. They sold it to National Semiconductor. Funded by Beckman Instruments. So maybe I'll go ahead and put that in here too. And then NASA and the Apollo guidance system, I think, are important to put in here. Because it proves that they had government contracts, which, in my opinion, like, if a company works with the government, then it's the government. You gotta check some old Harry Vox vids too. We ain't waking up the NPC citizen slave majority they're spent. I think people don't want to admit to themselves the reality of the situation we are in, but 85% everything goes right over their heads. Yeah, but my list. Yeah, people are fucktards and think everything is what it looks like. They think there's no way our government would lie to us. Yeah. I don't know if they will be safe in any country, maybe Asia or South America. Nah, South America is fucked. It doesn't sound French. Let's go let's go look. So it was Conrad and Marcel Schlumberger. Protestant family. Their father, Paul, was descended from a wealthy cotton weaving family, and their mother, Marguerite DeWitt, was a political activist. You know, I kind of feel like they weren't really Protestant. You know what I mean? Like, maybe converts. Super hard to let go of, I admit. Yeah, when I first found out that everything's fucked and everything's connected and everything's fake, I had like an existential crisis. If you're a government contractor, you work for government. Yeah, I mean, that's essentially where I draw the line. It's like, if you're getting funded by the government, or you like getting contracts from the government is government funding, you are a government program. Yeah, I don't know how much I believe that these guys are Protestant. Seems like their native province, Alsace, was part of Germany. Yeah, I feel like these guys might have been some, like, Weimars, something. Anyway, all right. So, here it is. He was less effective as a manager, so we had the traitorous 8. Eugene Kleiner was one of them. They turned to Sherman Fairchild's Fairchild camera instrument. And so the Fairchild camera and instrument, You can even see right here, it was based on the East Coast of the United States and provided research and development for flash photography equipment. The technology was primarily used for DoD spy satellites. What are we looking into? Sequoia Capital, and how it was basically like the other side of Kleiner Perkins with this whole fake setup of Silicon Valley. And out of that spawned things like BlackRock's Aladdin, and we'll be hopefully getting into that as well, because Sun Microsystems is going to come up. And anytime you see Sun Microsystems, essentially that is DARPA, the CIA, the military-industrial complex, and like Eric Schmidt, Vinod Khosla, and Andy Bechtolsheim. Andy Bechtolsheim was the guy that created the computer program that went on to become Aladdin, that they then used to rig the financial market so that BlackRock could own everything. If everything is fake and we cannot stop the New World Order, what is the point of living? You have to make one. You have to live despite them because they want you to feel that way. Bechtolsheim. Yeah, we'll end up getting into Andy Bechtolsheim here soon. Let's see. All right, so right off the gate, they're going to a government contractor who was doing spy satellites, and they were like, "Hey, can you fund our company?" Right? National Semiconductor was then acquired by Texas Instruments in 2011. Texas Instruments is essentially another government contracted company. Jack Kilby, electrical engineer. He went to the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, and that was where Mark Andreessen and the guy that created the Brave browser came from. And they have a program there called the National Center for Supercomputing Applications, which is funded by the National Science Foundation. And so we need Texas Instruments, because they now own National Semiconductor, right? And Jack Kilby. And then that's where we get the University of Urbana-Champaign, whatever the hell. Okay. What's going on here? I wonder how the dollar for dollar stablecoin will affect BlackRock's money laundering. I think it's going to make it worse. I think the money laundering is going to get worse, and they're hyper accelerating it. The names given to these programs have esoteric meanings or simply to mock the people. Damn it, I use Brave browser. What should I use? Is it all tied together no matter what I use? Yandex. I haven't personally looked into Yandex. I just know that it has Russian ties. There are no countries, there are only corporations, and those corporations are created and destroyed by central bankers in Switzerland. Government is theater for pacification and control. Yeah. The government's basically just there to have the military to make people do shit on behalf of the corporations and interests. Like if we got rid of the military and the police force, the government would not be necessary. They would just be privately enforced by all the companies. When Brave and DuckDuckGo both came out in support of the Ukraine war, even placed Ukrainian banners on their search engine headings. I stopped using both immediately. Don't use Google either. I mean, that's kind of the thing, though, is like all of them are fucked. Like you can't do anything digitally without it being compromised, because the entire internet is compromised. Yeah, fuck you, pal said nothing on the web is safe. The web itself is military tech from the 60s. This society was planned out already then. As for browsers right now, unfortunately, as a Microsoft user, you are screwed. I use Linux. Still screwed because that came from Unix, which was just Bell Labs. But, you know. BlackRock's wealth will increase with stablecoins. Yes. Same with all the tech companies and major corporations. They're all outfitted with Zio arms. Yeah, we're actually going to be getting into Palo Alto Networks, hopefully, in this episode. And that was basically started by a guy who was the head of Mossad and the IDF. And Palo Alto has worked with so many tech companies. I use Yandex first, then FreeSpoke, then Google, in that order. I mean, yeah, it's kind of just a matter of taste. Every single search engine is compromised. All of them are owned by fucking shady-ass companies. The only viable browser that isn't part of any shady corporation is Linux KDE, which is open source. But see, Linux is just a fork of Unix, which just comes from Bell Labs, which is the military. As soon as I figured all that shit out, I was like, so you're just kind of damned if you do, damned if you don't. Even Linux. YouTube cutting off the stream for anyone else? Hopefully not. Yeah, but KDE runs really bad for Windows, so don't even bother to run it. I'm using Linux Mint. Brondo coin. There you go. I would invest in Brondo. No, I probably wouldn't. Well, in that case, that sucks. Yeah. Yeah, it's all bad all the way down. What else do we have here? So he went to University of Wisconsin, Milwaukee. Oh, I wonder if that would come up on my Racine web at all. Because there's a lot of people from Cornell and Madison and shit like that that are also very involved in the tech webs. And so this was Kilby. Texas Instruments, Texas A&M. Jack Kilby went on to pioneer military, industrial, and commercial applications of microchip technology. National Medal of Science. And then there's Kilby Labs that's named after him. That's Texas Instrument Laboratory. So that'll, I guess, be yellow. Or it would still be green because it's a company, but there we go. All right. When this old desktop goes, I'm out. I tossed the cell phone in 2021. Oh shit. Okay, I missed some stuff. That's why it's called the web. Well, Larry Fink started. Wait, what? Something start a rumor. go? We start a rumor that Larry Fink wants to take out Peter Thiel. There's nothing you can hide if they want to have your computer info, those names. I know. Everything is monitored on the web, but I can start a church and be tax-free. What was the Shake game Texas Instruments made? This Etch-a-Sketch? Bell Howell made military cinema lenses. IMO were used as camera spies. Look up FBI IMO. American language is sort of a dead man switch for priming narrative. I wonder if we can rebuild language from the ground up. I don't know. I've heard the name of internet was changed from Ethernet to internet to take away the ether reference from it. I wouldn't doubt it. Yep, DARPANET, aka ARPANET, which was DARPA, UC Berkeley, a little bit of Stanford, MIT was a big one. So all these same fucking things that are going to come up in this web were also involved in the creation of the internet, yeah. Alright, so, alright, I think that's all we're going to get as far as Jack Kilby and Texas Instruments and that. So, the rest of Fairchild was named Fairchild Weston Systems in 1982, which was bought by the Laurel Corporation. And then that was bought by Lockheed Martin. What was the Laurel Corporation? Oh, they did radar for the U.S. Navy. Radar and sonar for the U.S. Navy. American Beryllium Co. of Sarasota, Florida. Telemetry, space navigation for satellites. It borrowed $15 million from the Massachusetts Mutual Life Insurance Company. It was awarded many military contracts, including a $3.9 million U.S. Navy contract for Doppler navigation radar in 1965 and a $14 million contract from General Dynamics for advanced electronics for the U.S. Air Force. So another government contractor company by the Navy. And then that just all went to Lockheed Martin, grouped with Sanders Associates and Lockheed Martin under the Lockheed Martin's Aerospace Electronic Systems division. BAE Systems agreed to acquire the division in July 2000 and completed its acquisition in November. So then you have BAE Systems, which is one of the largest arms manufacturers of the United Kingdom, who ended up buying it from them. So we'll take Sanders Associates. And that all went into the here. And then that all got bought by BAE Systems. Volume too low. How's that? So it's mostly because it's a directional mic, I think. Lots of folks dropping hourly. Wait, what? It's possible the modern Hebrew language has zero connection to ancient Hebrew. Modern Hebrew is primarily Yiddish based. It was resurrected, invented by a Jewish man. I'm the hated boomer class, so who knows? They now use a system called IntelliLink that connects all the contractors and crony capitalists to access top or sensitive info or tech. Lots of action on my city. Has anyone figured out why the Freemasons that have founded America put the right of free speech and to bear arms in the Constitution? That was a bargaining chip to allow people to be governed. They were like, hey, we get to tell you what to do and run the entire country, and I guess we'll let you say what you want most of the time. And they were like, you guys can have guns, I guess. I mean, we're going to have the most guns, but you guys can also each have your own independent gun. You can apply to IntelliLink to get access to top secret tech if they accept your business. Damn, that lightning hit right outside my window. Oh, shit. Need about 5 decibels of gain. How's that? Is that better? Better? Worse? I'm trying to also keep it from clipping. My guns. Better? Okay, cool. All right. And then... So then the Carlyle Group reached an agreement with BAE to spin out Fairchild's Imaging Sensors Division as an independent private company called Fairchild Imaging. Oh, man. And the Carlyle Group just opens up an entire other thing. I'm going to have to dedicate an episode to just that, because there's a lot of shit that comes with that also. Too much to get into today, but the Carlyle Group is very important, especially around like 9/11 stuff. This is a COINTEL free zone. COINTEL Pro free zone. Yes. It's not the volume, it's that you quit talking so the mic shuts off. It shouldn't. All right. And so, yeah, I'm not going to have time to get into the Carlyle Group today, but David Rubenstein, who is a prominent donator to the Giving Pledge, and he was the chairman on the Council on Foreign Relations, I think, were like his 2 big ones. So maybe we'll... Council on Foreign Relations, and the Carlyle Group, the Smithsonian Institution, Duke University, the Economic Club of Washington, D.C. I'm sure nothing bad goes on there. Oh, look, Hillary Clinton. Yeah, I'm gonna have to look into this group at some point. I hadn't heard of this. But it seems very influential. Seven Seas, you have to do one on McKinsey and Company. All right. What's some of the stuff there? Very important information being shared here. Paying attention. Adam was making excuses for Owen today, and Lucas always defends Nick Fuentes. Well, Owen Schroyer, I don't trust him because he works with Alex Jones. I agree with Adam on a lot of stuff, but I also know that we don't completely see eye to eye. Texas Instruments has Speak and Spell and a bunch of personal computers for kids in the 80s and 90s. Oh shit, okay. Okay. Yeah, I'll have to come back to some of that because I know there was basically like a huge leap, especially in like the late 70s all the way to the early 90s, where it was, let's get kids used to computers, let's get them doing computing stuff and pushing them towards digital science. I don't trust either Owen Benjamin, or Schroyer. I'll put it to you guys like this. I wouldn't trust anyone online. Really, the only people you should be trusting are people that you, like, grew up with, you know, like your family, your friends, and only a little. Like, you don't want to trust them with, like, your bank account information or anything, right? Like, the only person you should inherently completely trust is yourself. If you're not questioning at least some people sometimes, you're fucking, or I guess everybody at least a little, you're fucking up. I had a Mr. Professor and a barcode reader computer. I don't know what a Mr. Professor is, and I guess that's dating myself a little young. It's chaired by lawyer and businessman David Rubenstein. So we have Duke, Smithsonian. Duke University comes up a lot too. I think the big schools are like Stanford, MIT, Berkeley, Johns Hopkins, Yale, Duke. All my friends jabbed indirectly. Tards. Georgetown, yep. Georgetown's big for the Jesuits. The Wharton Business School is also huge. Hey fam, can't chat much, but I figure share with all the a new article from Michael de Pradamus related to Epstein and crypto. I'll have to check it out. I got into an argument kind of with the guy that created Mozilla and Brave and all that shit. I basically got into it with him on Twitter the other day, and so I did a whole map mapping him and his shit out. He's right here, and he was at Netscape, Micro Unity. He was at Silicon Graphics. He went to this same University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign that Mark Andreessen, that's where they house this National Center for Supercomputing Applications. Mark Andreessen was there. And then Mark Andreessen founded Netscape. Brandon went there. And Netscape was in a partnership with Sun Microsystems. And Netscape also worked with this company called Excite, which had a web browser called Magellan that was started by Isabel Maxwell. And then, you know, he went on to do Java, JavaScript, right? And then created the Mozilla Foundation, which included Joishu Ito, who was the MIT Media Labs guy that was getting money from Jeffrey Epstein. And then Brave was funded by Peter Thiel's Founders Fund, Pantera Capital. Reid Hoffman, another big Epstein guy, was very influential in OpenAI, Mozilla. General Atlantic is also General Electric and KKR, which KKR is Ken Melman, Bush admin, Zuckerberg Initiative, CFR, Republican National Committee. He owns stake in Mount Sinai Hospital. He funds Brendan's other venture called Box, where he's an advisor. And then Brendan is also an advisor to fucking Peter Thiel's Palantir. This is the guy that created the Brave software and Mozilla Foundation that created Firefox. And he was like, well, Sun Microsystems didn't have a whole lot to do with it. And I'm like, whatever, dude. You guys are all cut from the same fucking cloth. Don't try to technically me away from you being fucking deep state, dude. Yeah, right. Yeah, right. You're not gonna fucking fool me with your technicalities. Get the fuck out of here. So I found a video of him saying that Bill Joy of Sun Microsystems approved the code that he did. Like, we have all this stuff right here that I'm gonna end up getting into with Sun eventually, but my list, my emails, my files, my laptop. JavaScript sucks, and in 99% of the cases, the web could run fine and much more secure without it. Well, the guy that created JavaScript is the same guy that did Brave. Bell Labs seems to be a play of ball. Project Pegasus. Yep. So many of these corrupt politicians, tech bros, influencers like Charlie Kirk, Tim Pool types come from Chicago. Worth a deep dive. Chicago is Rockefeller. Anything coming out of Chicago, I assume, is just like third, fourth, fifth generation Rockefeller influence. And that includes everyone's favorite white nationalist streamer. But then again, he also got his, what about Proton Mail? Also, that's by CERN, which is, I would argue, pretty much another, that's like a global government outfit, because they're all in on that together. Dang. Yeah. Yeah, dude, it's all of them. It's everything. If you're online, you're using military something. What else do we have here? The Smithsonian. The Smithsonian is fucked also. The Smithsonian is how they sort of create a false history of tech, and they make everything seem like it was authentic, right? So like the Smithsonian's like, you know, Google was started in a garage, and it's like, no, it fucking wasn't. It was actually funded by like the military and shit. And they come up with, yeah. They create a false history of everything. Yeah, exactly. They can lick my military balls. I heard yesterday Michael Flint is Rockefeller. World Corporation, like that old book. Supposedly the dark web is a bunch of private servers run by criminals. I use Proton email. I have a Proton email also. Chairman of the Kennedy Center for Performing Arts before Donald Trump came in and replaced him. That's silly. Why is the president the chairman of the Kennedy Center? The Kennedy Center is also a Rockefeller thing. A lot of people don't know that the Kennedys rolled with the Rockefellers. Did you guys know that JFK's sister dated David Rockefeller before she got lobotomized? Or that JFK's dad was appointed, he was some ambassador, I think the ambassador to the UK under FDR while World War II was happening. So JFK's father was the one that was the liaison between FDR and fucking Churchill while they were doing World War II against Germany and the Axis powers and helping Russia, communist Russia. And everyone's like, man, JFK was such a good president. I'm like, guys, no. He was selected just like all of them. His dad was in with the fucking mob. And that essentially his dad manufactured the election by using his mob ties to go around and do like multiple votes for people. Dead people voted, people that didn't fucking exist voted. They were doing like forged signatures. They were scaring people into voting for Kennedy, and Kennedy basically stole the election. If you know, you want to go by the official narrative, I think that was what they wanted all along, and that they used the mob to get that done in a convincing way. JFK's older bro was killed by a military training accident, experimental remote control plane, World War II. They say the same thing about FDR. Yeah, fuck FDR too. I think FDR was one of the single worst presidents we've ever had. Rubenstein grew up as an only child in a Jewish family in Baltimore. I miss the Italian mob. I don't like these Talmud guys. People are selected, not elected. Yeah. Old World Florida does a good research on Rockefeller. I'll have to check it out. Rose Kennedy got lobotomized. She was beautiful. She had that genetic disorder, PKU. It is horrible what her parents did to her. Yeah, what's even crazier, too, is instead of saying that she was crazy, they said she was retarded so that it would seem better. Like, it wouldn't reflect so poorly on the Kennedy family. And she was, like, dating Rockefeller, and then all of a sudden, I mean, this was like a year or two after, but she goes fucking nuts, and they lobotomize her. I almost think that she was gonna tell people what the fuck was going on and who the Rockefellers were and like blow the lid on shit, because she was like so sporadic that they couldn't keep everything contained, so they fucking just lobotomized her. I think that's what happened. I don't have any proof of that, but she got lobotomized after the Rockefeller thing, and it was because she was like unpredictable and they treated Teddy Roosevelt's daughter the same way. FDR had 60 Israeli staff. Hoover had 0. That is when they infiltrated the government. But even Hoover was doing fucked up shit. A 6-inch Israeli staff. All right. I think that's about all we'll get out of that for right now. But yeah, the Carlyle group ended up coming in and turning it into Fairchild Imaging. Yeah, even spent the rest of her life in a mental institution. She apparently at least partially recovered some of her cognitive functions lost to the lobotomy. It isn't much different than the Masons' and means of transportation. Is there any way we can use all this info to make our own lives better or make some money, even if it's just for the short term, since we're all screwed anyway? Like, which stable coin to invest in? I mean, so the way that I see it is that any gains that you get on crypto, that's the price they're willing to pay for adoption so that they can absolutely fuck everyone else over later. It's like when they created Social Security entitlements, that ended up basically setting up, you know, all of the boomers with really good golden parachutes for when they were older, and inevitably fucked everybody else for generations to come. And that's what getting gains on crypto is like, in my opinion. Is like, yeah, you can absolutely do that, but know that you are adding to the pile of people that are going to set it up to fuck over, you know, like your grandchildren are never going to have a physical dollar, because everybody is going to crypto. That they're going to get rid of the dollar in any physical thing, right? I never got a golden parachute shit. Well, like how Social Security is paid in by this entire generation. I'm never going to see a Social Security entitlement. My parents did. Yeah. It's like, it was like the same people getting like the GI bills and shit. Klaus Schwab said cyber attacks are coming. I mean, we're already seeing that with Microsoft. They were using Chinese hackers, or like using Chinese engineers on their Azure platform for decades, that has contracts with the DoD and thousands and thousands of fucking companies. Try to rely as less as possible on money is my advice. Yeah, I would say acquire skills and knowledge and assets, like physical assets. Shit you can use in the real world. All right. So we got a little down the rabbit hole here. Let's go back to Don Valentine. Right? So Don Valentine left Fairchild to go to National Semiconductor. And this was after he had worked at Raytheon. And then he was a senior sales and marketing executive, and then he founded Sequoia Capital. Sequoia's first investment was in Atari. In 1975, before the company was sold for $28 million to Warner Communications, which is like AT&T is essentially Warner Brothers. Like Warner Brothers and all their properties and stuff. I believe owned by AT&T. Yeah. Okay. So then we get Sequoia Capital, and they invest in Atari. Right before Atari sells for millions of dollars to AT&T, which was also Bell Labs. Right, so we have Warner Communications. PKU stands for phenylketonuria, a metabolic amino acid disorder that is left untreated leads to severe intellectual decline. I might have that. 7 U.S. troops disappeared in some Afghanistan cave that had some Stargate portal in it around 10 years ago. What? Ukraine got my social security before I did. Yeah, I get that shit. It isn't right making young people pay. Yep, medicine, food, tools, basic tech items, maybe a car and some gasoline. Yep. Trade. Atari was my jam. That's why old people should help their kids and grandkids. Yeah, but instead they were all convinced to let the state take care of their kids and teach them. And that's how we got public school. They were like, man, don't you really hate like setting your kid up for the future? Isn't it so stressful and time consuming? Allow us to do it. And then they got public school started, and then it fucking just sucked ass. And then Jimmy Carter made it even worse. Remember the game Adventure? And so Warner Communications served as a parent company for Warner Brothers Picture, Warner Brothers Music, Warner Books, Warner Cable, and it also owned DC Comics and Mad Magazine. During his time, Warner formed a joint venture with credit card company American Express called Warner MX Satellite Entertainment. This company owned such cable channels as MTV, Nickelodeon, the Movie Channel, VH1, MTV. It sold the venture a year later to the original iteration of Viacom, which renamed it to MTV. Warner purchased Popular Library from CBS. It bought a 48% stake in MLB franchise, the Pittsburgh Pirates, until 1986. And then they spun them off in 1984. And then Paramount Communications acquired Time Inc. And the rest was history. All right. And so Sequoia was one of the original investors of Apple Computer and Atari after Valentine met Steve Jobs when he was a line engineer for Atari. Steve Jobs was? Infancy, childhood. Oh, when he was 13 in 1968, Jobs was given a summer job by Bill Hewlett of Hewlett-Packard after Jobs cold called him to ask for parts for an electronics project. So at 13 already, he was working with Hewlett-Packard. Reed College. Yep, hired by Atari. So there we get Steve Jobs. How convenient. Yep. If you got your children, good luck to you and your children. This fucking peanut farm. I have children if it is to enslave them in the school slave system. I don't know. Kindergarten steals you from your mom. Day one of your trauma-based mind control. Yeah. Pay attention. MTV's headquarters is in an old Masonic building located in New York. Absolutely. Building had the name Masonic Lodge on the front of the building, 57th Street. Hewlett-Packard is another rabbit hole. Absolutely. I think someone on here is going to end up throwing HP into the mix. I just can't remember who it was exactly. And then Sequoia invested in Apple in 1978. $150,000. Apple. Right, and so Valentine met Steve Jobs when he did the deal for Atari, and then Sequoia invested in Apple, started by Steve Jobs. What is happening? Boom. Tell my customers to homeschool them. I knew since high school I wouldn't see Social Security. Yep. You can still hope in a sun fart or a big comet. Maybe. Maybe. All right. And then Sequoia also made early investments in companies including LSI Logic, Oracle, Cisco, EA, Google, and YouTube, and many others. So LSI is now Avago Technologies, which is just Broadcom. LSI, initial funding of $6 million came from a consortium of venture capitalists, including Kleiner Perkins, Institutional Venture Partners, and Technical Development Capital Limited, and then Sequoia. So LSI Logic also got funding from Kleiner Perkins. I guess Kleiner Perkins should be blue. Yep, that looks good. Things go dark. I can read to keep myself entertained. Older the book, the better. Can you say finally why you think quantum computing is a scam or fake? So I think that so what they pitch as quantum computing right now is essentially like vaporware. Not that it's not technically possible, but I feel like it's just a marketing term that is used for very, very powerful computers. Much like how Steve Jobs did the presentation on the iPhone and it didn't fucking work yet, but he fronted like it did to get investment money. That's what I think people who have started quantum computing are doing, is they're like, hey, we've done this whole new type of computing and it's absolutely working right now and it's real. And I don't think that it is what they say it is and that it's in the state that it is. That's my opinion. Surviving the heat. Yeah, it's hot as shit. Okay, so Kleiner Perkins, Institutional Venture Partners, which was Reed Dennis. What else did he do? American Express. Okay. So Institutional Venture Partners was started by American Express, essentially, like seed funded. Seven Seas to map the reptilians. Makes sense. Quantum Con IMO, money for nothing, basically. Yeah, like, did you guys ever see when Microsoft announced its Majorana chip? They said that they invented a new state of matter. And then the guy that is the head of the company only named 3 states of matter. And he said types of matter. He didn't say states of matter. He said we've invented a new type of matter. There was solid, liquid, and gas, and we've created something that is none of those. And I'm like, first of all, it's states of matter, retard. And second of all, there's plasma. You forgot about that one? Right? Matter doesn't exist. It's just condensed light. I mean, yeah, but we also use, like, matter is the way that we, like, describe things, you know. Like, water and steam are different states of the same thing. You know what I mean. So it was American Express, and then what else did they get funding from? Firm then raised $19 million from 6 insurance companies for its first fund. Firm's patriarch Reed Dennis, who began investing in Silicon Valley startups in 1952, he founded IVP's predecessor, backing from American Express, for whom he had previously managed mutual funds. Oh, so he fucking worked there. I see. That's probably important to put. And so he levied his relationship with American Express, I'm assuming, to lobby that investment. By the end of the decade, had grown to 180 million. And this was the end of the 70s? the firm which focuses on digital media, enterprise IT, and communication wireless, had invested in some 200 companies and executed around 85 IPOs over the years, like Seagate Technology, LSI Logic, TiVo, and Netflix. So that's where we get Netflix from, and TiVo. And various other tech companies. They were the ones that led their IPOs. What's up, Dustin? What's up, Mia? Bunch of morons. In fact, fire and lightning are nothing but plasma. Plasma also is also present in the oceans and our blood. It is iodized gas, liquid, or solid. Okay. And so, Stratus Technologies. Seagate, which is the hard drive company. I don't know if anybody's ever used a Seagate. I've had a couple in my day. I think I have one in this computer. It's like a 4 terabyte or something. And then that's a whole other rabbit hole that I'll go down another day. And we had LSI Logic. Which, yeah, okay, so now we're circling back here. They started development of their own in-house CAD tools and moved to Silicon Graphics hardware. Silicon Graphics is where Brandon Ike used to work, if I remember correctly. Yeah. Yeah, he used to work there with James H. Clark, who helped co-found Netscape and Mosaic with Mark Andreessen. This was LSI Logic. For Western Digital. I think I have a Western Digital NVMe. I want that machine for its plasma healing ability. The brainstorming session would be epic. For what? Shit, hard drives, I swear. No, seriously, don't use them. They tend to fail more often than any of the other ones I saw and tests over and over again. Yeah, I just bought it because it was cheap. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. Well, they're cheap. They're in for a rude awakening when the English go cashless. I just want to be Amish at this point. The one contingency I have with Amish are the very, very religious aspect of it, but also the fact that they have a lot of like child sex stuff happen there. Why does it seem like the most religious institutions are always also child sex rings? I'm gonna kidnap 7 Seas and make him map Pandora's box. Define Pandora's box, because I would almost consider Saturn to be Pandora's box, the black cube of Saturn. So then they were underwritten by Morgan Stanley and Hambrecht and Quist. Hambrecht and Quist, I believe, were... yeah, Genentech. Okay. I was like, I've seen their name come up before. So Genentech was the very first biotech company. Hambrecht and Quist was acquired by Chase, which was the same J.P. Morgan Chase that funded Jeffrey Epstein. So Morgan Stanley, Hambrick Quist. And this is for the LSI logic. It was Hambrick and Quist. Don't build it in Waco. JP Morgan fucked us with the Titanic and the Federal Reserve. That name should be destroyed. And 9/11. In fact, I would say that a lot of the liability claims that came out of 9/11 helped fund a lot of the building of these tech companies. So Hambrick and Quist became JP Morgan, or was it Chase and then JP Morgan? Yeah, okay. So Chase and then JP Morgan. And then Jeffrey Epstein. Every fucking time. Every time I start doing one of these webs, Jeffrey Epstein and Peter Thiel end up on here eventually. Yeah, 911, like the 911 emergency number. Oh, that's Boaz and Yashin, the two pillars that also are behind the president when he addresses the Congress. Let's see. After leaving HQ, founder Hambrick popularized the open IPO model, in which Dutch auctions allowed anyone, not just investing outsiders, to buy stock in an IPO, potentially raising more money for startups. Among the companies that adopted this model were Overstock.com, Ravenswood Winery, and Salon Media Group. Okay. And then, you know, Morgan Stanley. I'm sure I don't have to go into Morgan Stanley for you guys to know that it's fucked. Ooh, LSI Logic agrees to manufacture and sell the Spark RISC microprocessor under license from Sun Microsystems. Spark. From Sun Microsystems. Which, by the way, when Brendan was at Micro Unity, he also worked on bipolar CMOS tech on the Spark chip. That was Sun Microsystems. All right, we'll finish up the other Sequoia Capital significant investments, and then we'll start expanding into Sun Microsystems. So they were in an agreement with Sun Microsystems, which eventually became Oracle. Video 7, which is now I think out of business. They entered into an agreement with Sanyo Electric of Japan to make a set of chips that translate an HD TV signal into a television image. So they partnered with Sanyo from Japan to help create fucking TVs. Sony Computer Entertainment chooses LSI Logic as their ASIC partner charged with fitting the PlayStation CPU on a single chip. So they fucking worked with Sony, Sanyo, and Sony for the chips on the PlayStation. I'm sure that made them a lot of money. BIOS, electronic, adding physical layer Ethernet technology to LSI's product line. C-Cube Microsystems, a video compression semiconductor company. Storage, IBM, Intel. Abi Talwalkar joined LSI as president and CEO. He came from Intel. Intel's going to come up later as well. I think I'm going to put that, maybe, yeah. Yeah, I'll put that there. And he worked at Intel. Remain undereducated. I bet the CEO of NVIDIA is a deep state asset. Yes. He actively has government contracts. NVIDIA is a huge deal. Yeah, NVIDIA is like the biggest GPU backer for all the AI shit that's going on right now. Serious Logic, Vmware, Applied Microcircuits Corporation. And then LSI went to Avago, which later acquired Broadcom. Broadcom was established from Hewlett-Packard. Oh, look, KKR and Silver Lake Partners. KKR was on there. That's that Kin guy that is Council on Foreign Relations. And then Silver Lake Partners was the funding. They did funding for Oracle. Or no, David something from Oracle came over and is a partner at Silver Lake Partners. So we have Broadcom Inc. So essentially LSI Logic goes on to be purchased by Broadcom Inc. Or no, Avago Technologies. Broadcom. Invest in NVIDIA. Sun Microsystems logo is basically a swastika. Springer Books. They publish all the textbooks. Find used copies, also whether people believe it or not. I keep warning NVIDIA software is a serious mess it managed in the long run to destroy my Windows on a fundamental level. They jack up the prices on all those books so they don't really want a lot of the public buying. Absolutely. Alright, and then Broadcom was a spinoff of Hewlett-Packard. which Steve Jobs became connected with that guy. I forget how. He was 13. Who was the guy? What was the guy's name again? I forget. Bill Hewlett. Who owned Hewlett Packard. Bill Hewlett knew Steve Jobs at 13 years old. No, honestly, even DDU, display driver uninstaller, each time failed to fix whatever mess NVIDIA created. Yeah, NVIDIA, I always liked AMD as the lesser of two evils, but essentially, they're both the same shit. Also, AMD has been historically cheaper. And so this guy went to Stanford, he went to Berkeley. Oh no, MIT. He was also from the fucking military. He attended Lowell High School, JROTC, never mind. Okay. MIT, and they did business with Disney. I should actually probably put Stanford over here by Sun Microsystems, because everyone at Sun Microsystems is from Stanford. Why does it keep doing that? Stay. No. Stay. Okay. In fact, I'm just gonna do that. And we're slowly but surely bringing in the Sun Microsystems people. In fact, you know what? I'm going to put MIT over here too, because some of them are also associated with MIT. So we'll go back to LSI Logic. So we have Oracle, Cisco, Electronic Arts. So Oracle, which is Larry Ellison. That's where you get the Stargate shit. Oracle ended up acquiring Sun Microsystems after they got funding from In-Q-Tel via the CIA. Oracle's first company was the CIA. Linked all the American presidents to royals in England. Does Total Multimedia Inc. show up in this? It hasn't yet, but if you have any connections that you see with any of these names or companies or anything, feel free to drop it. For sure. So with that Silicon Graphics, who's James H. Clark? Netflix. Okay. So Silicon Valley, graphics, James H. Clark. You had Brandon Ike. Eish. I'm not sure how to say his last name. And then we had Cisco. So Cisco was Stanford again, of course. And so Cisco was Leonard Bosack and Sandy Lerner. Leonard Bosack. Sandy Lerner. Leonard Bosack, co-founder of Cisco, responsible for pioneering the widespread commercialization of local area network technology. Cisco's management fired Cisco co-founder Sandy Lerner, and Bosack resigned. Oh, he was part of the Digital Equipment Corporation. He went to UPenn. The Digital Equipment Corporation is going to be a little significant. I'll show you guys why here in a second. Hit that like. You know, I remember a schoolgirl that linked. Oh. It's hard to get people to hit that like button, I swear. Loves to down like my vids, though. Thank you for We can reverse anything. Well, I hit the like because not hard to do. Thank you, guys. Land, yeah. I'm about to have a hangover and I haven't even drank yet. Oh. Ooh, shit's gonna get good. Shit's gonna get good. So the Digital Equipment Corporation also came up on my previous webs. So from the Digital Equipment Corporation was basically a spin-off of the American Research and Development Corporation, which is where we get military funding of tech companies. And that was a bunch of people from MIT and shit. So MIT, and then that's where we get Carl Taylor Compton, we get Vannevar Bush. I don't know why it keeps deleting that link there. So I'm just going to take all of this and put it on here. And I think I'm going to have to move some stuff around. So we'll put Vannevar Bush there. Get rid of that link. No, get rid of that. So Georges Doriot was part of the American Research and Development Corporation, and was also the guy that funded Digital Equipment Corporation. He was also the mentor of Thomas Perkins, who helped start Kleiner Perkins with Eugene Kleiner. And they all come from MIT. So you had Vannevar Bush, who was MIT. Cisco coming off of Sequoia Capital. And then also part of it was Carl Taylor Compton, right? And so he was part of the American Research and Development Corporation. He was also MIT. He was in bed with Vannevar Bush. He was part of the, Georgia Story. It was part of the U.S. Military Planning Division. Georgia Story, it was the mentor of Thomas Perkins. And then you had John G. Trump, who was also MIT, and his company, the one that was the first successful company funded by this military industrial complex VC capital fund. And so Carl Taylor Compton was also connected to the Rockefeller Foundation, the Sloan Foundation, which is just an MIT again. Let me put this over here. And the Ford Foundation. And then from John G. Trump, you get Donald Trump. Let's disconnect all these things from MIT over here. There we go. We can take that. Oh, shit. And then Donald Trump's uncle, obviously John G. Trump. I forget the name of the company, but 7CG mapping out everyone who's fucking all of us with the corporations. Yes. Do you have any ties to companies like Boeing and Raytheon? Not at the moment. Sabrina worked on Cisco's systems, so she can tell you how fucked they are. Right, and so he was accepted into Stanford. This is that Leonard Bosack guy. Accepted into Stanford. His contribution was to work on the network router that allowed the computer network under his management to share data from the computer science lab with the Stanford Graduate School of Business network. Damn. Okay, so him and his wife started that Cisco company. And then he was forced to step down and she got fired. Lerner is maybe. It says they're Catholic, Polish Catholic, but Catholic is just Jesuit, which is just the J's. Okay, so co-founded Cisco Systems with his then partner, now ex-wife. Their aim was to commercialize the Advanced Gateway Server. The Advanced Gateway Server was a revised version of the Stanford router built by William Yeager and Andy Bechtolsheim. And so, from Cisco, we have the... Fuck. I don't know why it keeps doing that. It keeps deleting the thing that I'm trying to Add. And so this was the advanced gateway server. And it was based off of the one from Andy Bechtolsheim and some other guy that I haven't looked at yet. They're everywhere. I am convinced that the whole 2% of the population thing is fucking fake, and they do that to maintain their minority status. Why is it doing this? It's like it's not saving my last action. Okay. Maybe I was just working a little too hard. Move that over a little bit. And so I may put Sandy here. Or at least, I don't fucking know, man. Now it's not cooperating at all. It's like not saving the last thing that I do. And so they did the advanced gateway server. Why? 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 Stay. And so this was a spin-off of the one by Andy Bechtolsheim and William Yeager. So I don't know about William Yeager, but I already see Berkeley. Oh, he worked at NASA. Okay. Real trustworthy folks over there at NASA. Family secret. Oh no. Oh no, that's not good. Stay. Okay. And so I'm going to go ahead and just take Andy from here. Why is it doing that? I don't understand what's going on, so I'm going to close out and then open it back up. Let's see if we fixed it. Andy Bechtolsheim. Okay, it looks fixed. And so Andy Bechtolsheim was one of the founders of Sun Microsystems, who also went to Stanford. Maybe, no. Okay. NASA works us. Yep. All right, so then now we have NASA coming in, but I need to make sure that I have enough to connect Vannevar Bush to that as well, because Vannevar Bush worked at NACA and helped set up the Ames Research Center. So we'll just put this whole thing here. And we had William Yeager at NASA. We had Beckman Instruments somewhere on here. Maybe not. There it is. Okay, so we already had it up here. So we're going to take Beckman Instruments, drop it down a little bit, and NASA, and the Apollo Guidance System. raise Thomas Perkins up a little bit. We'll raise Kleiner Perkins up a little bit. There we go. All right. And so you had Vannevar Bush, who was working with NACA and helped the military set up the funding for the Ames National Research Center, which is like NASA's HQ. Yeah, the moon landing was real and not a Hollywood movie. All right. And then, so it looks like, oh, he also worked at the Ames Research Center. Okay. Noted. He also went to Stanford. Let's see. I might move Oracle. We'll put Oracle right here. Oh. And Sequoia. Bring this over. There we go. Okay. A learner writes on Hurrites, not Polish. A buddy of mine has similar charts, but all bloodlines in his research. I really think that show with Booma, Sabrina, Mike, and 7C should happen. Look, I'll appear anywhere. I don't want to be the one to set it up. It's too much work. I told you guys on the last episode of Just Talking, outside of the research stuff, I am lazy. Okay. Code was licensed by Cisco Systems and became the core of the first Cisco iOS. He also helped create the Internet Message Access Protocol, or the stuff that email uses. Email uses IMAP, or it used to back in the day. I remember, like, if you want to get like cross email shit to work, you'd have to have the IMAP settings. You knock onto the crypto financial ties like Binance and the banksters, it is the same shit. I have a web on a lot of that, actually. Like Ripple Labs and how it's tied to fucking Silver Lake Partners and Intuit and Credit Karma and all that shit was started by John Doerr, who is Kleiner Perkins and Stanford and part of the Giving Pledge and all kinds of other shit. I have webs on webs. I have webs. People have no idea how much goes into ruining lives. I'd do it though. Researching and reading burns more calories. Let's go. And so we get IMAP from this guy, this William Yeager guy, who worked at NASA, which is just the military. Oh, after a stint at Stanford, he worked at Sun Microsystems. Yeager implemented MacMM, which was the first Macintosh IMAP client. Frank Gilmurray assisted with the initial part of this implementation. So he also worked with Apple a little. Bring up Atari and Apple just a little bit, because both of those are going to kind of come back into play. Greg Papadopoulos, Sun's CTO. Actually, I might move him over here. And what did he do with Papadopoulos? Led Sun's WAP Forum team with the major objective to work with the WAP Forum. On the convergence of the WAP protocol suite with ITEF, W3C, and Java standards. What is the WAP Forum? Wireless application protocol. So they came up with wireless standards, essentially, is what I'm assuming. And this would be yellow. The WAP Forum. Which was Greg Papadopoulos, William Yeager, Sun Microsystems. He has 20 patents, 4 of which are on the SIMS high-performance email servers, which he invented with a small team, and 16 on peer-to-peer and distributed computing. So if you thought peer-to-peer was safe, they created that too. All right, so Andy Bechtolsheim is going to be really important because Andy Bechtolsheim, while he was at Sun Microsystems, created the computer that would go on to become BlackRock's Aladdin program that allowed them to predict the markets and own everything. Blackstone Group basically acquired Aladdin from Sun Microsystems, spun off BlackRock, and put Larry Fink in charge of it. And that's how we got BlackRock. And so a lot of people don't know that Andy Bechtolsheim was part of the Fulbright program, which is essentially like a cultural exchange student. Because that was started by some congressman named Fulbright that was like all in. So Aladdin is a robot artificial intelligence to monitor the financial fake system. Essentially, so it uses like risk calculation, and it's like this company's safe to invest in, this one isn't. The problem is that they fucking collaborate with all the other VC firms to rate each company based on whatever they want. Once it gets rated by Aladdin, if it's not rated well, it probably doesn't succeed. If it's rated well, odds are they're in on it with somebody, and that's how they put their thumb on the scales and determine which companies become successful. They use Aladdin to probably steal our money via taxes, interest, and inflation. Yeah, absolutely. And I have a whole thing on BlackRock too, and how that's like, you know, Blackstone Financial, Aladdin. You had Charles Shellac. I'm sorry, Charles Shellac was the guy that was part of the Aladdin thing, not Andy Bechtolsheim. Andy Bechtolsheim, I'm misremembering. He was the guy that got funding from DARPA. My apologies. He was part of the computer research group. No, he wasn't. Don't listen to me right now. Let's go double check, because I may be misremembering some things. He was aligned with Carnegie Mellon. He turned down a job at Intel, instead enrolled in Stanford. Stanford was inspired by the Xerox Alto computer developed at the Xerox Palo Alto Research Center. Bechtelstein was a no-fee consultant at Xerox, and his advisor was Forrest Basket. What a name. What a name. So Carnegie Mellon. And BlackRock is one of Blackstone's biggest investors, vice versa. Yeah. BlackRock, Blackstone, Vanguard, Sequoia, Kleiner, Perkins, they all just jerk each other off financially. Forrest Basket, which was New Enterprise Associates, and he also went to Stanford. Let's see. I might be able to make this work. Here we go. So Forrest Basket was a mentor for Andy Bechtelstein. I'll put the Fulbright program there. And Forrest also went to Stanford. Okay. Apologies. There's so many. Okay, so Bechtelstein's advisor was Forrest Basket in 1980. Valhan Pratt also provided leadership to the Sun project. Support was provided by the Computer Science Department and DARPA. And so DARPA helped create Sun Microsystems with funding. Oh shit, you guys haven't been able to see the web. What a coincidence. Yeah. Yeah. Alright. Alright, so we've got that all fixed. Alright. So the modular computer was used for research projects such as developing the V system and for early internet routers. So we got DARPA making routers, essentially. And then this Palo Alto Research Center is also important. So let me grab that also. I'm pretty sure I put it on here somewhere. Maybe not. All right. Well, we're adding it now. And so the Palo Alto Research Center. Was inspiration for Sun Microsystems. And then one of the companies building computers for VLSI design was Daisy Systems, where Vinod Khosla worked at the time. And so now we bring in Vinod Khosla, who was also a co-founder of Sun Microsystems. So I'm going to grab him. I'm going to move this Fulbright program up here. Jeff Bezos claims he built his company in a garage. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and that same DARPA was founded by Prescott. It's one shady Mason launch for sure. And so Vinod Khosla comes in. He graduated a couple years earlier from the Stanford School with Scott McNealy. And I should have stuff on them also. Scott McNealy, Onyx Systems, William Radishell was over Onyx Systems, and they both ended up working at Sun Microsystems too. Scott McNealy. Fake garage, yeah. Yeah, if anybody tells you that any fucking company started out of a garage and now they're a multi-billion-dollar company, they're fucking lying to you and insulting your intelligence. And then, so Bechtelstein went to do Granite Systems, which just got bought by Cisco. I just saw Bag and Dicks and boating accident or something. Stanford professor David Sheraton. So David Sheraton, obviously Stanford, but he leads the distributed systems group. He has founded and invested in technology companies, including Google, where he was one of the first angel investors, Vmware, which I believe ended up getting acquired by Oracle. Arista, and 20 other companies that he's helped fund, at least. Sheraton was a mentor and advisor of students such as Sergey Brin, Larry Page, Sandeep Singhal was general manager at Microsoft, now at Google, and Kieran Hardy. And so we're starting to get into the Google part of it. Not all the way yet, but we're getting there. Oh, shit. So David Sheraton. Who also went to Stanford. And leads the distributed systems group. Which I don't know if that's a company or what. Because it doesn't say. But also connected to Google. Let's double check that VMware thing. VMware's desktop software runs on Microsoft, Windows, Linux, Mac OS. Broadcom acquired them. Oh, I see. I knew it got acquired. I just couldn't remember who. Then you have Paul Maritz. He's EMC and Microsoft. Andreessen Horowitz. Spinoff from Dell. Broadcom. Then KKR. Alright. So, VMware, the company. I'm going to put Donald Trump down here. So we have VMware, the company, where David Sheraton was an investor, as well as in Google. And so now Google's coming up. Where David Sheraton contributed to them with funding. They've also gotten funding from Sequoia Capital and Kleiner Perkins. So Kleiner Perkins went 50-50 basically on Google. Greg Papadopoulos. Maybe I'll do it like this, and like this, like that. Or would that be better? Yeah, I think that's better. All right. So, why do you use Wikipedia? I thought it was a liar. I mean, Wikipedia is editable, but we check the sources and everything like that. You know, this isn't like giving details and shit. This is basically like public record of all the places that these people have worked. So it's not like I'm using Wikipedia to determine, you know, like declassified CIA shit. It's just like business positions and funding. How do we know who to trust? You don't. I have a good engine, old school, Evan Rude, and a couple of spare rebuilt starters. So, Wikipedia is like a starting place. And you get it all, you extrapolate as much as you can, and then you go through and you verify and you vet and cross-check shit. Usually, though, when it's not like something super controversial, like what I'm doing with, like, this person was at this business, and then they were at that business, and then they were at this business, typically they're pretty accurate. But if anybody sees anything that's incorrect and can prove it, I am more than happy to hear you out. All right, and then so VMware was acquired by Broadcom. And then KKR and Co. So let me get the KKR and Co. shit on here. It's Ken Melman. I'll just take all of it and delete what I don't need. And so VMware had a partnership with KKR and Co. I'm going to bring Sandy up here. And yeah, I guess since Brandon Ike's already on here, we'll keep him on this web. So Brandon Ike runs Box, which gets funding from General Atlantic and KKR and Co. And then that's where you get Ken Melman, who was Bush admin. He's part of the Chan Zuckerberg Initiative. He's on the Council on Foreign Relations, Republican National Committee, and a part owner in Mount Sinai Hospital. I get that. It's actual factual stuff, not opinions. Yeah, exactly. And I think that should do it. VMware was founded by Diane Green and Mendel Rosenblum. Oh, look, she's MIT and master's degree in naval architecture. And UC Berkeley. Oh, and they got married together. They married each other and then founded VMware. VMware was acquired by the EMC Corporation. At one point. And put a line there. EMC. Richard Egan and Roger Marino. And Paul Maritz is important because he's big guy at Microsoft. And then Mendel Rosenblum. Oh, look, Stanford. And then his wife, Diane Green. And they were married. She was a board of director of Google. She went to MIT and Berkeley. So MIT. They want us to self-censor. Keeps lagging on me. Plus I'm cooking. Oh shit. Is it lagging? I'm out. I'll catch the replay. Thanks, 7C's. Blessings all. Thank you. Alright, let's see here. So for Diane Green, we also have, okay, so after getting her second master's degree in computer science, maybe I'll go ahead and add Berkeley on here. Let's see. Because Berkeley's about to come up in a lot of people's stuff as well. So UC Berkeley. Diane Green went there. Oh, look, Tandem Computers and Silicon Graphics. Who else was part of Tandem Computers? But fucking Eugene Kleiner of Kleiner Perkins. And then Silicon Graphics, which is on here. There it is. You see how it's all the same people and all the same companies and everything? All tied together, yeah. And we still haven't brought in the Mosaic, Netscape stuff. Oh, look, Green has spoken about her experience founding and scaling VMware at Stanford, at Y Combinator Startup School. And Reid Hoffman's Masters of Scale. Reid Hoffman We just talked about him. All right, so VMware, Paul Merritt's Microsoft. Paul Merritt's is going to be important later. Appointed to Google's board of directors. Google Cloud. Green was succeeded as CEO of Google Cloud by former Oracle executive Thomas Kurian. So Thomas Kurian, who was at Oracle, also came under Google. Or I guess was over Google, something like that. He went to Princeton. Oh, look, there's McKinsey and Company. Wasn't somebody talking about them? I haven't looked into them yet. Oracle. He resigned and joined Google. She's been a board member of Alphabet, Intuit, Khan Academy, SAP, Stripe, and AP, Moeller and Maersk, and Wix. She was elected to the chair of MIT Board of Directors. Maybe you did on the Hollywood industry. I have not done one on Hollywood, but it's because there's so many fucking people involved. It would take a while. And also with Hollywood, outside of like all the companies and media companies and shit like that, you start to get into like speculative territory, where you have to rely on like symbolism and the esoteric and the occult, which is a little harder to prove. It's sort of like this gray area of maybe they are, maybe they aren't. You kind of have to like it's not a black and white thing like funding and like being part of companies and shit like that are, because that implies the express fiduciary responsibility to see the company's success. And that is why I think it's like more of an open and shut case. As far as like collaboration and intent goes, because when somebody is working at Oracle, they have a fiduciary responsibility to make sure that Oracle is successful. Well, if Oracle was funded by the CIA and works very closely with the CIA, then everyone at Google or everyone at Oracle then has a fiduciary responsibility to ensure that the CIA has a good product, which means that the CIA is then successful in everything that they do, including overseas coups and psyops and wet works and everything else that comes with that. So all right, so we need to add Intuit, and that's where we're gonna get John Doerr. So Intuit is here, and it was, I think anyway, or maybe here we go. All right, so Intuit was these guys and Scott Cook. And that was Diane Green. John Doerr is going to be important because he was also Kleiner Perkins and was one of the people that helped Google. He was Eric Schmidt's mentor. So Diane, Intuit. Where Thomas also went to Stanford. John Doerr has a building at Stanford, or a business, a school named after him at Stanford. And he was also part of Kleiner Perkins. And Intuit is the company that is behind like TurboTax and Credit Karma and all that shit. Right here, so we need Scott Cook. Also went to Stanford. And so hopefully I'm showing you guys a pattern of people and their connections to Stanford, MIT, and why anytime I see anyone that's gone to Stanford or MIT, I'm like, okay, so this person is a government plant. Intuit was Chris Larson, who helped fund Ripple, or found Ripple. And so that's where you get Ripple Labs. I used Intuit TurboTax until I learned there was a free Tax USA, which is free. Ripple is not a crypto company. Well, XRP is a coin, though. They're like a money laundering company, in my opinion. And then, what was that other thing she was a part of? Stripe, which Peter Thiel is heavily invested in. Anybody want to guess where Peter Thiel went to school? MIT? Close. Stanford. The Khan Academy. I'll have to look into that at some point, too. SAP. Wix.com. Wix is, Eric Prince has some stake in Wix. Wix is also an Israeli company. Did you guys know that? Founded by Israeli developers. Its main office is in Tel Aviv. Backed by Insight Venture Partners, Mangrove, Bessemer, DAG, and Benchmark Capital. And Wix is what a lot of people use for creating websites. So now Israel's on the board. Ivy League, MIT, Stanford, Berkeley, Chicago U, UW-Madison, UT Austin. I would also add Yale, Harvard, Cornell, UW-Madison, yeah, Oxford. Peter Thiel's not some evil guy that wants to enslave humans. He's a libertarian. Okay. He lies about being a libertarian. He just doesn't want the government so that he can do all the enslaving, actually, is what that is. Oh, okay. I was like, bro, come on, man. You know how many times I've heard that Peter Thiel is a libertarian that just cares about people having freedom? All right, let me get this Papadopoulos connection to MIT somehow. UC Berkeley, I'll put over here. It's so hard to tell when people are being sarcastic through text. I really wish I was better at that. Okay. All right. And now... Oh, he was at HP and Honeywell. Honeywell is a company that nobody fucking looks into, and they have massive DoD contracts. Like, basically all of the security, like, bases and shit like that, that's all Honeywell. Most government buildings, Honeywell. How do I know? I used to install security systems, and the only people that would get DoD clearance would be people that were certified by Honeywell. You had to be certified by Honeywell through like special courses and shit, and then you could get DoD clearance and go install Honeywell systems in DoD buildings. I never got it because I was like, I'm good. That seems like complicated shit, and if I fuck it up, I'm not going to be the one ruining a Department of Defense contract. I will avoid that. So I just did residential. I felt better about giving people security systems than giving companies and government security systems. I was like, maybe, you know, get you some cameras here. Watch yourself. Know when people are breaking into your shit. Alright, I keep getting distracted. Papadopoulos, Hewlett-Packard, Honeywell. There's Hewlett-Packard. Okay. Honeywell is everywhere too. Everywhere. I never even liked Teal loudspeakers, and we sold them. What are Teal loudspeakers? Wasn't a Teal boyfriend unalived? Yeah, his name is, I believe it was Jeff Thomas. He was like... I'm unclear on the specific details of the story, but from what I remember reading... is that he ended up becoming some sort of like semi-benefactor of some of Teal's money and then fell to his death. Killed himself, quote unquote. Honeywell does CBRN. What's CBRN? Anything else significant? Sun Microsystems and New Enterprise Associations. New Enterprise. Where did I just add them? So over here, no. Down here, no. Over here, no. There it is. I knew it was already on here somewhere. So, okay. Let's see. That works. All right. All right. New Enterprise Associates. What else? What else? Sun Microsystems. Okay, we already had a tie there. All right, so I'm going to close out of the Papadopoulos one. Steve Jobs, Bill Hewlett, Warner, Fairchild, Schlumberger, Shockley, Caltech, MIT, Fairchild, Carlisle, David Rubenstein, Smithsonian, Duke, Economic Club of Washington, Laurel Corporation, Fairchild, Texas Instruments, Jack Kilby, Traitorous 8. Okay, Michael Moritz is going to come up eventually. Carol Bartz is also going to come up eventually. I'm going to get rid of Digital Equipment Corporation, but they will also come back up. De Niro Corporation. Oh, this is going to go a little bit deeper into the Capital Group, which helped start a lot of shit. Yeah, that's through Jonathan Bell Loveless. Capital Group is here. All right. So there's ARPANET, Carol Bartz, Michael Moritz. All right, so let's get rid of Mendel, VMware, David Sheraton. All right, back to Andy Bechtolstein. On advanced server technologies using the Opteron processor from AMD. Announced it was acquiring Bechtolstein to Sun again. The Arista networks. Bechtolstein and Sheraton were two of the first investors in Google. That's where we had left off. Andy Bechtolstein, Google. I'm going to change this to IMAP. So I can fit it right there. Carnegie Mellon's going to come out this way. Looks good. Trump is a Zionist? Absolutely. Have you heard of Segis or Segis? There's some sort of police logging system. I need to figure out the proper spelling of it. Anybody know? I don't. Is there a find function for names? Yeah. I can search names and it'll search all of my webs for that name and let me pick it, and it'll take me right to it. Magma, Tapulous. Okay. All right. And we're done with Leonard Bosack. We're done with Cisco. We're done with Seagate. Hambrecht and Quist. Morgan Stanley. Sanyo. Hewlett Packard. Broadcom. LSI. All right, that was Avago. Stratus. Got Redpoint Ventures. Verisant Ventures. Looks like MySQL might be one of the big ones. Silicon Graphics, Hambrick and Quist. There's Sun Microsystems, there's Sanyo, there's Sony. IBM, Intel, okay, we went through that part. And then, okay. All right. Oracle. So we have Larry Ellison. So now we're building out Oracle, who got funding from In-Q-Tel CIA. Contracted pneumonia, Chicago's South Shore, raised in a Reformed Jewish home by his adoptive parents, went to the University of Chicago, and then Berkeley. I'm just going to shorten this to AGS. All right. And so now we have Larry Ellison at Berkeley. University of Chicago. Began working for Ampex. His first project included a database for the CIA codenamed Oracle. So the Ampex Corporation. Colorado Springs, reel-to-reel tape recorders, DoD flight test instrumentation. Ampex supports numerous major DoD programs, NASA, DHS, National Labs. Ampex also works with all major DoD primes and integrators, including Boeing, General Atomics, Lockheed, Northrop, Raytheon, and many others. Okay, all right. I think that's all I needed to see. Ampex. And so they're CIA, DoD, and then we have Lockheed. Oh shit, okay. Lockheed Martin, there. All right. Intel, boom. Fairchild Semiconductors. Let me bring this down. Honeywell's going to go here. Fairchild down and over. Like so. Cool. That was easier than I thought it would be. All right. And then we also have, what are the other ones? I'm just going to grab them all. Then we'll do this. Control X. So Boeing. Might do that. General Atomics. Northrop Grumman. Pete Hegseth has stock in Northrop Grumman, by the way. You'd think it'd be a conflict of interest for our Secretary of Defense to be like financially invested in arms manufacturers, but he said that he'll watch his investments and see how they go before he decides whether or not he'll divest from them. And they were like, yeah, that's fine. Lockheed is the biggest Fed government contractor. I was in government. Oh, yeah. Ampex also makes silver rounds? No? I'm not sure. And so we'll do this. Air Force, Army, Marines, Navy, NASA, and DHS. What's everybody saying? Of course, the Army. Yeah. Of course, they would just be DoD contracts. DHS and NASA. And this is where Larry Ellison got his like first tech job. Coding for the CIA. Oh. And NASA. All right. Looks good so far. During World War II, blah, blah, blah. Bing Crosby. Crosby Enterprise was Ampex West Coast representative until 1957. So what is... Okay. Mullen. Ampex was a subcontractor to Delmo Victor Manufacturing. Linko 5 magnets from General Electric. There's Mullen. Major Jack Mullen, assigned to investigate German radio and electronics experiments. He discovered the magnetophones and AC biasing on a trip to Radio Frankfurt. The device produced much better fidelity than shellac records. Blah, blah, blah. Bing Crosby, a big star on radio at the time, was receptive to the idea of pre-recording his radio programs. He disliked the regimentation of live broadcasts and much preferred the relaxed atmosphere of the recording studio. Mullen, who was pitching the technology to the major Hollywood movie studios, got the chance to demonstrate his modified tape recorders to Crosby. When Crosby heard a demonstration of Mullen's tape recorders, he immediately saw the potential of a new technology and commissioned Mullen to prepare test recording for his radio show. Fucking Bing Crosby, dude. Who'd have thought? palm greasers. Any sensor system riding the power grid can easily be modulated to provide variant sensor data. Fusion centers can use any grids, the DOE watches, Stingray, Dirtbox types. I don't want us to think. What's up, Sabrina? They develop AI shit. Quixotic Labs. Did that come up? Conflict of interest like Lutnick and Tether? Yeah. Bing Crosby grew up in Spokane, Washington. Oh shit. Bob Hope. What does Bob Hope have to do with it? What did he do? The American Broadcasting Company used these recorders along with 3M Scotch. Okay. 3M is another government company. Oh, ABC, look at that. And 3M. Impacts acquired or Radio Industries. Les Paul. Sound on Sound. Is that where Les Paul guitars come from? Yes. Okay. Well. That's crazy. Ellison was inspired by a paper written by Edgar F. Codd on relational database systems called a relational model. Edgar F. Codd, who was IBM, Dorset, England. University of Michigan. Created a non-relational one, Sequel. Oh, this guy created Sequel? I think that's important. So Larry Ellison. Maybe I can put him over here because he was with IBM, which I believe... Maybe I haven't brought up IBM yet. No. Bob Hope's another pedo. Thinking of old movie stars. 3M tape was also a recording studio standard. Oh shit, now this is education. Yep, great bases. My late friend Don Dixon knew Les Paul, and Don invented the Echoplex. What the fuck is the Echoplex? Okay, so he was IBM. And he also invented Sequel. Which we will shorten to SQL. Like they do. Alright, and then Ellison heard about the IBM System R database and Codd's theories, wanted Oracle to achieve compatibility, but IBM made it impossible by refusing to share System R's error codes. Oracle database was called Oracle version 2. There was no version 1. Say that Oracle made an incredible business mistake. IBM dominated the mainframe relational database. Just left the door open. It delayed entering the market for a relational database on Unix and Windows operating systems. This left the door open for Sybase, Oracle, Ingress, Informix, and eventually Microsoft to dominate mid-range systems and microcomputers. So Sybase looks like it was also spun out of Berkeley. 2010, but our updates to the CubeSats since then and our randoms for Space Force since 2016 hooks into trillions of sensors for any photonic radar combinant data. Everything seemed to happen around 1970. SQL, relational databases, Unix, C, both by Ritchie and Thompson at Bell Labs. Yeah, and Bell Labs is just military industrial complex again. Sybase and Verizon partnered in 2009. All right. Ernst Young. Ellison was made a director of Apple Computer after Steve Jobs returned to the company. I didn't know that. Apple. All right, Perkins, you're going to have to go somewhere else, I think. Unless I can bring Ellison over. Bring Bechtelstein over. Oracle can come down a little. Maybe I can do something with this. I don't know where to put this. I'm just going to shorten this to Park, because that's what everybody does anyway. But this is Palo Alto Research Center. I'll put it here. David Sheraton can come over a tad. And DARPA, yeah. DARPA was a big part of Bell Labs as well. Okay, so still got to do something with Perkins. Maybe I'll bring Scott McNeely and Edgar Codd over a little. There we go. All right, back to Larry Ellison. Apple, Oracle's main competition, Unix, Linux, and Windows operating systems. After a tug of war with IBM and Hewlett-Packard, Oracle announced its intent to buy Sun Microsystems. The EU approved Oracle's acquisition in 2010 and agreed that Oracle's acquisition of Sun has the potential to revitalize important assets. That's where MySQL came from. Ellison denounced Hewlett-Packard's board firing of Mark Hurd. Became a director on the board of Tesla. And then left in 2022. I didn't know that either. Come on. Project Ronin. Were intended to quickly analyze data within electronic medical record systems. That's not good. Insider trading from selling his nearly $1 billion of Oracle stock. Allowed him to donate $100 million of his own charitable foundation without admitting wrongdoing. Charitable donations to Stanford. In response to the September 11th terrorist attacks, Ellison made a controversial offer to donate software to the federal government that would have enabled it to build and run a national identification database and to issue ID cards. Larry Ellison was pushing the National Digital ID System in 2001. He's part of the Giving Pledge. Which includes a shit ton of people. Or he did. I think he just said he'd pull his investment so that he could start the Ellison Institute of Technology. I'm not sure if you guys saw that or not. The Giving Pledge. I think I'll put this down here by Microsoft somewhere. And we're going to have to move some of this DoD stuff out of the way. And QTEL down. Larry Ellison to the Giving Pledge. Like so. We'll bring all this up. Like that. All right. Local Bell Labs building. They're like super insulated, and Verizon vans, AMD trucks make up the majority of the parking lots. I should have just asked you a year ago about CGIS. Wait till the RMV and DOT meet me. They ain't ready. He would not honor his earlier pledge of $115 million to Harvard, claiming it was due to the departure of former president Larry Summers. Oracle spokesman announced it was really Larry Summers' brainchild, and once it looked like Larry Summers was leaving, Larry Ellison reconsidered. So Larry Summers was involved with the Epstein shit. And he's also part of Austin University. Maybe I'll do this. And do that. There we go. Oracle acquired Sun Microsystems the same year since for the planet sensing with HP launched. What is that? National Economic, Secretary of the Treasury. The National Economic Council. He was also the president of Harvard. And board of directors of OpenAI. Dude, he's done a lot of shit. He was under Bill Clinton. Helped with the repealing of the Glass-Steagall Act. He's Jewish. He went to MIT, Harvard, London School of Economics, National Science Foundation, Council of Economic Advisors under Reagan. He was the chief economist for the World Bank. Like, guys, it's nasty work. That today is part of the Department of Commerce, Cyber Physical Systems. Sun Microsystems boxes were heavily used in '98 for those relational databases. Central Nervous System of the Earth is a project by Hewlett-Packard and others to place sensors everywhere, wireless accelerometers, and other types of sensors transmit data at the speed of light, taking into account the lay on networks. The technology could be used to build an earthquake warning system. HP sold the tech to Shell for hydrocarbon exploration. And then IBM has one called Smarter Planet. Water management, smart grids. IBM's chairman, CEO, and president, Sam Palmisano, at the Council on Foreign Relations, presented a new agenda for building a smarter planet. Sam Palmisano gave a follow-up speech to the Chatham House called The Decade of Smart. Fuck that. All right, so Harvard, OpenAI, the Kennedy School. We already have Harvard on here. No. All right, let's get rid of that MIT and put that one. We'll bring Tandem Computers down just a little. James H. Clark, he's going to be important when we start talking about the Andreessen, Mosaic, Netscape shit. Granite Systems. I don't know what to do with Granite Systems. Maybe I'll put it like here. That works. Okay. Alright, we still haven't gotten all the way through Sun Microsystems yet. I haven't added, I added Vinod Khosla, but through him came Eric Schmidt. Oracle and IBM have massive historical database mainframe systems. Yeah, because they've been the ones, like, collecting all of the fucking data since, like, the 60s. Especially IBM. IBM was working with Germany during World War II to do the counts for different things. They were doing population, like the census. They were doing the census in Nazi Germany. While they were an American company. Anyone but me feel the need to take a hot shower after Lies and Ties. Yeah, like, all of these systems started out with the, like, paper punch cards. And they have been collecting the data and creating databases since then, at least. Hitler was financed by the deep state? Yep. Yes, he was. World War II was just a giant globalization thing, essentially. It was a giant globalization effort. And they really wanted to get rid of the Ottoman Empire. OpenAI. Where's the shit with Epstein? Connection to Jeffrey Epstein. The Harvard Crimson in 2003, during Summers' tenure as president, detailed a reportedly special connection between Summers and Jeffrey Epstein. Epstein pledged to donate at least $25 million to Harvard during Summers' tenure to endow Harvard's program for evolutionary dynamics, and Epstein was given an office at Harvard for his personal use. Standard Oil sold an additive that was required for high-altitude operations. Standard Oil's just Rockefeller. I'm pretty sure. Epstein otherwise had no formal connection to Harvard, never went to Harvard or anything. Summers' ties to Epstein reportedly began a number of years before Summers became Harvard's president and even before he was Secretary of the Treasury under Clinton. I wonder if that's why he got chosen. We ran Oracle database servers as well as various Sun servers until Oracle bought them out. The Oracle servers ran on IBM Power 6 CPUs. You believe the Jays will be able to create their great Israel empire? I absolutely think they will. What was sold to the Germans? Wouldn't want to see his office with a black light. I thought somehow the Bush family was involved. With Standard Oil? Maybe. Oh, look, the Winklevoss twins. They wanted him to intervene on their behalf in an ongoing dispute they had with Mark Zuckerberg about Facebook. All right. I wonder if that was the Winklevosses basically like telling on Mark Zuckerberg. This guy out-J'd us. We need you to fix this, Senior J. They went to a Senior J official. Alright. Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein. Harvard. Larry Summers. Alright, it might be important to bring a little bit of Larry Summers stuff in as far as... Because I think he was like Reagan to Obama, essentially. Alright, so he was the first socialist scientist to win the Alan T. Waterman Award from the National Science Foundation. He's a member of the National Academy of Sciences. Non-governmental organization, that's important to remember. So we'll do that. Because it's a foundation that has no government, so it's not going to be orange. I mean, it's inevitably probably has multiple people from government, but it's not formally a government institution. So we've got the Council of Economic Advisors, I believe, already on here. No, we do not. I'm basically trying to prove to everyone that every single tech company is essentially just the fucking military. That's the point of this. And Sequoia is a huge inflection point for a lot of these things because they have funded a lot of these things. Kleiner Perkins is the other one, but I have a whole thing on... I'm still working a lot of that out. But you guys will see that eventually. Kleiner Perkins is a lot older than Sequoia Capital, so there's a lot more history that goes into it. NGOs are money laundering operations? Absolutely. When I learned that shit, I was even more pissed. Who's the oldest Bush? Prescott? Israel runs this tech. Yeah, we're gonna eventually get into the Palo Alto networks, which was started by the guy that was the head of fucking Mossad for the IDF. And once you guys see Palo Alto and everything that they get involved with, know that that is Mossad getting involved with all of those companies officially. So he was part of the World Bank. And it's actually funny because that American Research and Development Corporation also had a guy that was connected to the World Bank. And his name was Ralph Flanders. And he actually did a lot of shit. I'll show you guys here in just a second. So let's bring him in. So Ralph Flanders was appointed by FDR, and he was part of the Committee for Economic Development. And the Committee for Economic Development was essentially responsible for convincing Congress to vote to allow the World Bank and the IMF to become ingrained in the American economy. Who's paying for all this tech industrial complex? Let me guess, John the hardworking American. Where do you think your taxes go? Why do you think our military budget is as big as it is? That's not just bombs. That's servers, data centers, labs, all that shit. All of that got started basically by fucking Vannevar Bush. He was like, guys, you know we don't just have to make bombs. We could also make tech that we could weaponize against people. And they were like, cool, do it. And so he did. And then that's how this company, the American Research and Development Corporation, got started. Ned's nephew? Yeah, essentially. Let's see, we'll go the other way. Also, he was part of the Business Advisory Council. He was part of the National Recovery Administration during the Great Depression after FDR took over. And he was part of the Flood Control Commission, which had a little bit of say in the TVA and the Hoover Dam. Now, I believe the Hoover Dam was already kind of started under Hoover, and then FDR came in and was like, all right, we're going to get this shit across the finish line. All right, what else did he do? Key role in designing strategies to aid developing countries, worked on the Bank Loans Committee, guided the bank's research and statistics operations. Dirty Industries controversy. Signed a memo that was leaked to the press, claimed authorship of the private memo with which was intended as sarcasm. The memo stated that the economic logic behind dumping a load of toxic waste in the lowest wage country is impeccable, and we should face up to that. I've always thought that underpopulated countries in Africa are vastly underpolluted. Jesus fuck. Okay, so yeah, he was under Clinton. History rewriting is a huge business. That is true. Let's see, OpenAI. Secretary of Treasury for Bill Clinton, who also had a relationship with Jeffrey Epstein. Summers, let's see. Summers teamed with Alan Greenspan and Enron executive Kenneth Lay to lecture California Governor Gray Davis on the cause of the crisis, explaining that the problem was excessive government regulation. Okay. So the Glass-Steagall Act got repealed with help from Larry Summers, which was passed after the Great Depression. Which destroyed banking regulations that were set up during the Great Depression to prevent the Great Depression from happening again. Subprime mortgage was caused by the partial repeal of the Glass-Steagall Act. As a member of President Clinton's working group on financial markets, along with the SEC, Fed Chairman Secretary Rubin torpedoed an effort to regulate the financial derivatives that many blame for bringing the financial market down in the fall of 2008. That's true. But hey guys, racism isn't a thing anymore and it's not institutional, right? It's cool that we got Trump's nephew to save us. He is really a great boomer. Fight, fight, fight. Oh man. Where's Kenneth Lay now? He just vanished before sentencing. They say he died. What? And so the working group on financial markets was the thing that caused the fucking crash. That was Larry Summers again. Surprise, surprise. Put OpenAI here because Microsoft is partnered with OpenAI. So maybe we'll... You know what? We're going to bring OpenAI over here. And this was Bill Clinton's working group on financial markets. I don't know why oh, okay. Great Recession. Back around 2000, Enron case was huge. He was guilty of billions. Friend of Bush. Oh, yeah. Larry Summers. Bring these guys down a little bit. No 7Cs. I believe Trump will eventually jail his own support bases. I think so, too. I think anybody that is dissenting. And this was created by Reagan. But from there we had Arthur Levitt, Alan Greenspan, and Secretary Rubin. SEC chair at the time. Alan Greenspan, he was the chair of the Fed, right? Yeah. Federal Reserve. Who was also part of the working group. Oh. And responsible for the Great Recession. And lastly was Secretary Rubin. And that was this Rubin, I believe, that Larry Summers replaced. Oh, that's Larry Ellison. Oops. Robert Rubin, that's it. Robert Rubin, who was at Goldman Sachs prior to that. I think Greenspan was also part of something, but I can't remember what it was. And he was Secretary of the Treasury during the Clinton administration. Also, so let's see. That up a little bit. We'll move this up and over. Like so, Secretary of the Treasury under Bill Clinton. And he was also part of the working group and partially responsible for the Great Recession. What about Robert Reich from Harvard? Greenspan wife is Andrea Mitchell at 30 Rockefeller. I don't know if you care about opinions, but you should try to make your conclusion easier to digest for people. It's hard to do, but I feel like you want to get seen more. That's how. I mean, I'm not like, I don't want to be famous or anything. I just want people to take this information and run with it, connect dots, and we can, it's I think it's impossible to map everything out and explain it in a way that is easy for people to digest, or it would have been done by now. And it hasn't. So I feel like, part of me feels like that it is not possible. So you have to go little by little and get people to understand, like, at this point now, hopefully all of you understand that, like, Kleiner Perkins, anytime you see that, military. Anytime you see MIT, military, Stanford, military. And so this guy was also at Goldman Sachs prior. It's overly complex for a reason. I know, it sucks. Oh, look at that. Council on Foreign Relations. We got another CFR. Where you at, Ken Melman? Swap these. Restore it. We don't have to move that much. There we go. Oh, Ripple. There we go. CFR is easy to remember. Wolfowitz, Crystal, Shaney, Rumsfeld, those fucks. Kissinger. It's because you're showing your whole process. It could be good to do all this research in the dark and then present your shit in a long show type thing. That's kind of what I do. So tomorrow, I'm going to be on The Last American Vagabond, and I'm going to be explaining how Sequoia Capital and Kleiner Perkins essentially propped up Silicon Valley, or like all the people tied to Kleiner Perkins and or Sequoia Capital and Sun Microsystems, and how they're all military industrial complex, they're all MIT, Stanford, all that shit. And I'm going to be explaining that to a much larger audience tomorrow. Lies and Ties is where we do the heavy research. Just Talking is where I'll start to basically go into things that I've learned and us just talk about things without doing so many webs. And then I have guests on, and then anytime I go to another podcast or anything, all the stuff that we do during Lies and Ties gets discussed on those shows and stuff. Like when I went on Nephilim Death Squad recently, I explained to them how Kleiner Perkins got started, and they essentially, the people at Nephilim Death Squad, they walked away with saying, oh shit, so the military gets to choose which companies are successful and which aren't. And I was like, basically, yes, that's what's happening. And they showed it to the, the episode was shown to their audience and shit like that. So if they're able to walk away with that understanding, now they know. So all future interactions and podcasts that they do, they'll be able to have that information with them and share that and talk about it and speak to it and stuff, which is ultimately the goal. Is I don't want to be the one that is like the messenger. I just want to provide people with good information and then let them go share that information with their audience and shit. Not only the CFR, but the CMP. Yes. Everything is just the CFR causing a bunch of chaos and sowing a bunch of fucking disorder. And then the CMP comes in and installs the authority necessary to quell the chaos. And it's just a fucking cycle of that all the time. I read your Substack article on Brave browser. Good stuff. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. It's funny because I was telling everybody earlier that I was saying stuff about the Brave browser founder, and then he came in and tried to correct me, and he was like, no, Sun Microsystems didn't have a lot to do with it. And I was like, really? Because there's so many fucking... Should I just show you guys the interaction I had with him? CFR is basically the Clintons' creation. No, CFR predates the Clintons by a while. I believe one of the main people behind CFR was Henry Kissinger. I saw that thread. That was funny. All right, yeah, I'll show that to you guys real quick. Hold on, because I was like, dude, you're just fucking lying. All right, so Polly said, "Is this Sean Ryan, who is CIA?" On the homepage of Brave browser, FYI, Brave, that's a crazy political choice you've just made. He's former CIA, Blackwater, and ran a drug smuggling ring out of South America. Is there actually a good browser? No. And I said, the founder of Brave was in the Andreessen Mosaic Netscape sphere back in the 90s and worked directly with Sun Microsystems to create Java. I made a mistake right there. Java was made by Sun Microsystems independently. Brandon Eiche, whatever, made JavaScript. He was at Netscape, and Netscape partnered with Sun Microsystems to create JavaScript. And then I said, and Brave integrates Tor, which was created by Naval Intelligence. So the Navy's intelligence division created the Tor browser, the peer-to-peer browser that we were just looking at shit where that was all started by the same people that did Google and Apple and IBM and all that shit, right? FYI, when I type 7 Cs in Rumble, you don't show. Yes, I am shadow banned on Rumble. Not just Brave, but Signal, Proton Mail, VPNs, all backdoors to chips to China or the NSA. Yeah, most of the VPNs are Israeli. So he said, this is all well known, attested by many people still around. But anyway, I created JavaScript at Netscape. Correct. Netscape was in a partnership with Sun Microsystems to create that JavaScript that you are talking about. Brave has Tor in optional new private window with Tor menu item. If you don't like it, don't use it. And I'm like, okay, so if you don't like naval intelligence software, then don't use it. Got it. And I said, I never stated you worked for Sun. I said that you worked with Sun, according to many articles stating that it was a joint announcement between Netscape and Sun. You are correct that JavaScript and Java are not the same, and I'm willing to concede that detail. And then I post like 7 fucking links that say Netscape and Sun announced JavaScript, the open cross-platform object scripting language for enterprise networks and the internet. Sun Microsystems and Netscape Communications on Monday revealed a programming language. It's fucking JavaScript. This historical announcement highlights the introduction of JavaScript by Netscape and Sun Microsystems. Netscape's relationship with Sun soon influenced the scope for Brandon Eiche's project. The language he'd be developing now wouldn't be based on Scheme. Instead, it would have to somehow connect to Java, which was Sun Microsystems. The idea was to have JavaScript and Java be the programming equivalent of Microsoft's Visual Basic. Netscape and Sun announced JavaScript, the open cross-platform object-oriented scripting language. Roughly after 2 months, the official name changed to JavaScript for the final release of Netscape 2.0 B3 in December 1995. This was due to a strategic partnership between Netscape and Sun Microsystems. So he said, I was there for that trademark license. It got JavaScript the confusing name, but Sun had nothing to do with my work. And then he said, why are you wasting electrons pasting press release level accounts of things I did in the 90s? Don't answer, I'm muting. So he lost right there, in my opinion. And I was like, all right, so is this you? You know, clearly he didn't see it, but this is him saying that Bill Joy of Sun Microsystems approved his software.
Bill Joy of Sun actually liked that idea and agreed with it, and he was the guy that signed the trademark license by which what I had created became JavaScript. The name is a total lie. It's not really related to Java so much as to a common ancestor, C. Bill Joy of Sun actually liked that idea and agreed with it, and he was the guy that signed the trademark license.
Boom. Bill Joy of Sun liked the idea, signed the agreement, and approved the deal. Which means JavaScript would not have existed if Bill Joy wouldn't have signed off on it. That to me sounds like you collaborated with Sun Microsystems out of your own mouth, and it was approved by Bill Joy of Sun Microsystems. I said, this you? And for a little more information on Bill Joy, who we're about to get into, actually, Bill Joy was working under Bob Fabry for the Computer Systems Research Group, a joint venture between UC Berkeley and DARPA. Tasked with enhancing the Unix operating system by AT&T, aka Bell Labs, prior to joining Sun Microsystems alongside Vinod Khosla, Andy Bechtolsheim, Scott McNeely, Bill Joy and Vinod Khosla would go on to become involved with Kleiner, would both go on to become involved with Kleiner Perkins, who again, military industrial complex, venture capitalist firm. The people from that mentored the guy, half of fucking Kleiner Perkins. Vinod Khosla, Stanford, Kleiner Perkins, Khosla Ventures, responsible for recruiting Eric Schmidt, who was at Bell Labs, went to Carnegie Mellon, was on Apple, went to Princeton, Mayo Clinic, UC Berkeley, Palo Alto Research Center, which is where Ray Kurzweil comes in, Google, DoD, JEDI, NSC on AI, Broad Institute, Innovation Endeavors, NSC on Emerging Biotech, the President's Council for something, I forget what the AST means, and more. And Carol Bartz, who was UW-Madison Yahoo Digital Equipment Corporation, which has already come up 2 times during this stream, which was funded by Georges Doriot, who was Kleiner Perkins' mentor, and his American Research and Development Corporation, which was the military industrial complex venture capital firm. And then Andy Bechtolsheim, the Fulbright program, Carnegie Mellon, Stanford, Palo Alto Research Center, funded by DARPA, early investor of Google, Scott McNeely, Harvard, Stanford, Apple, Silicon Graphics, where Brendan Eich worked. 3Com, Oracle, co-founded a social media intelligence company called Weigh-In, which scrapes social media and uses that to, uses an algorithm to serve ads to people. And he was the CEO of Sun for 22 years. So yeah, Bill Joy and Sun Microsystems having to approve your coding language, I'm sure that had nothing to do with the agenda of the military-industrial complex at all. So yeah, fuck the guy that did Brave. He's like trying to be dishonest on a technicality, and I'm like, bull fucking shit, dude. Not here. That shit don't work with me. I don't fucking think so. Alright. Alright, back to Larry Ellison. Oracle Database, Unix, Sybase, IBM, Apple, Sun. Saw his doc. Chuck Swindoll. All right. Let's go to Sun Microsystems. So we have Vinod Khosla. Well, first, let's just open Sun Microsystems. Okay. So, they had the Spark processor, as well as an 86 AMD Opteron and Intel Xeon processors, including the Unix-based Sun OS and Solaris operating systems. Right, they were responsible for Java and partially responsible for JavaScript, regardless of what the person who made it will tell you. So, conceived by Andy Bechtolsheim at Stanford. He was on the CAD workstation right here. Okay, so Scott McNeely, Andy Bechtolsheim, Vinod Khosla, all Stanford graduates, founded Sun Microsystems. Bill Joy of Berkeley, a primary developer of Berkeley software distribution, joined soon after and is counted as one of the original founders. So we have Sun Microsystems. Oh, that's not what I want to do. Bill Joy. Luckily, his name is very small. He went to UC Berkeley. He got funding from fucking DARPA. He helped fund Sun Microsystems. Sun is the unqualified leader in the workstation arena and target of DEC and Hewlett-Packard's own products. The dot-com bubble. UltraSpark, the SunGrid, a grid computing deployment system which offered it utility at $1 per CPU hour for processing and per gigabyte per month for storage. And so shortly, Sun reported a net profit of 19 million, followed by a net loss of 9 million. In 2007, Sun reported a net GAAP profit of 126 million on revenue of 3.337 billion. Thank you, Ars Harkel, for the subscription. Java is similar to C, but also C++, since both are object-oriented programming, was a Java programmer. See, I was terrible at programming. I took a programming class in high school, and I almost failed. And we were doing C#. If that tells you anything. I did end up making a working calculator, and that's about as far as I got. KKR would invest in the company, so that's where we get KKR & Co. from down here, where we get the Council on Foreign Relations and all of that. Let me bring Silicon Graphics over, like so. And that way we can have KKR & Co. So maybe we'll do like this, like that. Something like that. That looks alright, I guess. Move Cisco up here. And so you have KKR & Co., which invested in Sun Microsystems. Maybe I can do it over here. Bring Diane Green over and down. And then we'll put Mendel Rosenblum here. That works. EMC, I'll bring up a little bit. All right. So we have KKR & Co. funding Sun Microsystems. Acquisition by Oracle. All right, so that's like the short and sweet of Sun Microsystems, but that is not the short and sweet of the people who founded Microsystems, Sun Microsystems. So we have Bill Joy. We got his DARPA funding in there, and then what was the other thing? The Computer Systems Research Group with AT&T/Bell Labs. So do we have Bell Labs on here anywhere already? We do. Okay. Now how do I connect Bill Joy to Bell Labs? Maybe we'll bring Bell Labs down here. Bring Shockley up and over. Bell Labs, Bill Joy, Bell Labs, put Raytheon down there, and DARPA to Bell Labs. Shit. There we go. It works. Cool. All right. And so Vinod Khosla was also part of Kleiner Perkins. He was inspired by the founder of Intel, Andrew Grove. He'll come up here in a minute also. So he also went to Carnegie Mellon. Daisy Systems, Sun Microsystems with Scott McNeely. And then Vinod Khosla was the person that recruited Eric Schmidt to Sun Microsystems. And so Eric Schmidt has Vinod Khosla to thank for basically jump-starting his career. And I might be able to get away with putting him here. Eric Schmidt isn't the old NSA building an AT&T building now? I would believe it. Sorry, Seven, pay attention. Oh. Absolutely. It's just there's a handful of things he has discussed that I haven't found info on anywhere else. Who, Alex Jones? Alex Jones is a discarded Rockefeller asset. He is no longer needed. And so Vinod was also the one that suggested that Excite adapt its search engine for the internet. So Excite is important because they owned a little thing called the Magellan web browser. And Magellan, so it says George Bell joined Excite as its chief executive officer. Excite also purchased two search engines, Magellan and Webcrawler. Who founded Magellan? It's not showing me. All right, here, I'll just show you guys. Who founded Magellan search engine? Would you look at that? Ghislaine Maxwell's two sisters. So, interesting. That was interesting, and Ghislaine did that marine research thing. Terra Mars, I think. So, we'll come back to Excite, but know that I'm assuming Vinod Khosla had some sort of former Stanford partner arranged a $250,000 first round backing for the project with $1.5 million provided over a 10-month period. And then institutional venture partners introduced an additional $1.5 million. And then George Bell, I don't know if he came from Bell Labs or not. It seems like he would have. George Irving Bell. Los Alamos Scientific Research Laboratory. Immunology. All right, maybe we'll put Excite. George Bell. Oh, General Catalyst Partners. So through Vinod and George Bell came Excite. I don't want to lose track of Jeffrey Epstein. So we have Excite. And I have some of this here also. I believe it's here. Yeah. Magellan. I might move Isabel Maxwell here instead. So Isabel Maxwell founded Magellan. Magellan got bought by Excite. And then George Bell came in over Excite. And he was from General Catalyst Partners. Ghislaine had her submarine business. Yeah, that one. All right, and then I'm going to bring Tesla down so I can connect Vinod Khosla to Excite as well. Because they ended up funding Excite. And it was Kleiner Perkins and Institutional Ventures Partners. So Kleiner Perkins again. Might have to move this up here, like so. Kleiner Perkins to Excite. We'll bring SQL up. I might bring Tesla over, because that's going to be Elon's whole outfit. Maybe over here by all the government contract stuff. All right, and then so you had Kleiner Perkins. You also had Institutional Venture Partners. This one's going to be a little bit trickier. Let's move the WAP forum down. Move the Fulbright program over What to do with Papadopoulos. There we go. Steve Jobs coming down. LSI Logic going over. Raytheon is going to come down here. This is always the worst part, is getting everything on the web to not cross with each other. Takes so much upkeep. All right, so institutional venture partners, right? And so he's the third Tim Pool. Dude, fuck Tim Pool. The third temple is within us. It's not an actual place. I think the third temple is going to be the fucking technocratic system. Oh, look at that. Intuit also purchased a 19% stake in Excite. So where did we put Intuit and Credit Karma and all that? Oh, it's down here. Okay. And so we need to make room for that. I'm going to change this to the ARDC. And that should make it a little easier to get by. We'll move it over a little bit. We'll move Stripe over. And we'll bring Intuit up to Excite. Move John Trump over, move the Rockefeller Foundation over, move digital equipment over, move the ARDC back. We gotta move the Ford Foundation just a tad. Okay. Oh, IMAP. All right, I think we're good. And then we also have to bring in I still have to bring in Mosaic and Netscape, which was Andressen and a bunch of other people. And I have that here, I think. So Excite, you had Intuit. They had a partnership with Netscape, which Brandon Eich also worked at. I'm gonna move IBM up and out. We'll bring in Netscape. I think I'm gonna move Scott McNeely over. Actually, I think that'll be better. Your COD can come out. And so Netscape was also partnered with Excite. Netscape was Andressen, Eric Bina, what do you think of that Mark Passio guy? I don't know about him. Didn't Seven just say he was going on a show tomorrow? Yeah, I'm going on a Vagabond show. I'm basically taking all this stuff that we've learned here together and explaining that to him alongside the Kleiner Perkins aspect of it with like the whole military industrial complex shit. Careful on Vagabond. I'll say this. I am not associated or affiliated with any body, any group, any organization, and I only hold allegiances to the truth. The second someone prevents me from saying the truth or they are untruthful, I'm done. So far, that has not been my experience. And I also don't endorse or I never endorse anybody's positions just because I appear on their show. Now, if it's one of those things where like we talk about stuff and I bring up some really crazy shit and it gets cut out, I'm telling everybody. But yeah, I don't trust anybody on the internet. Whether they are completely fucking clean of attachments or not, I don't care. You should always take everything that everyone says online with a grain of salt, including me. You guys should also be like cross-referencing all this shit and calling it out and all that shit. I'm on the fence about Colbert. Like Stephen Colbert? You see my bank account, you know I'm not with them. Dude, same. No. Oh man, my phone's off. The Corbett Show. Ah, I see. I've never interacted with James Corbett personally. Who else? Ticketmaster. Site was the first portal to start offering free email. Yahoo was in negotiations, however, prompted by Kleiner Perkins. At Home Networks chairman and CEO Thomas met with Excite's chairman and CEO George Bell on December 19th, and Excite was acquired by At Home Network. The At Home Network was William Randolph Hearst. Do you guys want to guess where he worked? I'll give you one guess. William Randolph Hearst worked at a venture capital company. Guess which one? No idea? In 1995, he was named partner at the Silicon Valley venture capital firm Kleiner Perkins. Oh, man. Oh, man. So, At Home Network was founded by Milo Medine, cable companies TCI, Comcast, and Cox. I used to work for At Home, or at least a contractor doing tech support with their high-speed modems. So do y'all think some of these guys start out legit and get bought out or intimidated or planned to go dark from the start? How do people become compromised? So, in my opinion, from just everything that I've researched, is they select people that are already sort of on board with the agenda, and the more that they adhere to the agenda, the more money gets thrown at them. It is a meritocracy of obedience. Like Google. Google was like, yes, we'll start collecting data on all these people, and we're gonna fucking do like Gmail, and we're gonna start Alphabet, we're gonna buy up a bunch of fucking companies and shit. And we're, you know, their original business plan was we're going to be a search engine and we're going to sell ads. And so Kleiner Perkins and Sequoia Capital went 50-50 on that. And you had Larry Page, who is from Russia, I think. I'm pretty sure Russia, somewhere. And then Larry Page, or no, I'm sorry, you had Sergey Brin, who was from Russia or Eastern Russia, I think. And then you had Larry Page, and they got brought in to start Google after they were at Stanford. Now, they went to Stanford, and that's most likely where they got recruited. And it's when they go to these colleges, they're basically sussed out. Because Stanford got cooed by the CIA back in, like, the 60s or something. Let me see if I can find it here. Hold on. It's, they call them cloak and dagger professors. And these are basically professors that are put in universities to scout people. So this was 1984. CIA recruiters pull a coup at Stanford. This is a CIA document, by the way. And then this is a CIA document about cloak and dagger professors and how they work. And you can go look more into that. But essentially, the intel agencies plant professors to monitor people that are like being radical, and they can put them on a watch list, but also people that are really smart but also willing to adhere to the agenda. And then they pick those people, have them start companies, and throw money at them, and then that's how companies become successful. And that's done through this whole network of like Goldman Sachs and JP Morgan and Chase Bank and Kleiner Perkins and Sequoia Capital and BlackRock and shit. They get chosen. It's much like our politicians. So to say they're compromised, I think, is generous. I think they are complicit. And they are successful because they are complicit. And so you had At Home Network that bought Excite. Fuck fame. That's why so many of the CEOs sound unintelligent, sound low IQ. And the feds wanted me to work for them. Says no legit, dude. That's how they control the fame level of streamers too. Oh yeah. Eyes wide shut scenario. Yeah, my thing is just assume everybody's a fed until they consistently... I would say assume everybody's a fed and make them prove every day they're not. That seems to be the safest bet if you don't want to get fooled. Just always be fucking paranoid of everybody all the time. That's what I do. I was a fed. Once a fed, always a fed. I listen to everything. Well, now, hold on. Don't listen to me. I'm retarded. And then At Home Network was William Randolph Hearst. And William Randolph Hearst was Kleiner Perkins. Maybe I will move this up here like so. And then put him here. Oh. All right. And it was TCI, Comcast, and Cox that all owned At Home. It was like a joint venture. Kind of like JavaScript. Musk is only smart in one area, how to throw money around and take credit for others' work. Yeah, essentially. He's just like a PR guy. He's just the face. He's the one that they have talk to the public because they're all a bunch of fucking socially inept dumbasses. And they come across like psychopaths because they are psychopaths. And Elon is just the best at sounding not like a psychopath to some people. He still sounds like a psychopath to me, but that's because I know what he's attached to and shit. But, you know. I'm sure it's the same with all you guys too. Like, once the veneer of fake PR bullshit fades, they just seem like a bunch of idiots. And they are. Elon doesn't have ass hamburgers. You know, I've been told that I'm autistic. Media helps Elon with selective favorable editing. Elon is not smart, yeah. I mean, he knocked up Ashley St. Clair, so, you know. That should tell you everything you need to know. All right, so Excite. In the early 1997, two graduate students at Stanford decided that Backrub, the name of their research project that later became Google, was taking up time they should have been using to study. They went to Bell and offered it to him for $1 million, but Bell rejected, and later threw Vinod Khosla, one of Excite's venture capitalists, out of his office after he had negotiated Brin and Page down to $750,000. So Vinod Khosla got them the deal and got thrown out, allegedly, of George Bell's office for funding Google. And now you know how the Epstein, Sergey Brin shit is connected. Or did he actually may have been artificially inseminated? Yeah, no, it was absolutely artificial insemination. What just happened? Did nobody notice that? Wait, what? Named it syntax error 404, basically. That's like his other one that's his other kid he named after a fucking airplane or something. And so you had Vinod Khosla, who was the very first funder of Google, used his position at Excite to give them money. And then Vinod Khosla would then later go on to be a part of Kleiner Perkins. I'm telling you guys, organizing this web is half the battle. All right. Andy Bechtelstein. Ugh. It's like just not enough. There we go. Still just not enough. All right, perfect. All right, I'm gonna leave it. Elon, okay, all right. Wait, what? Bro, I am losing my mind. He's on methylene blue. Green? Wait, what? Is that a lie that Adam used to work for an Israeli spy company? I don't know. Who likes NATO? Some of the podcasters making money don't want to get in trouble, so they shut up about it, and the ones still talking are allowed to talk. I feel like I'm just too small. I feel like I just haven't grown large enough to be... Like, I haven't gotten the call. I've had a couple of people that I've talked about reach out to me and be like, hey, yo, what the fuck? Like, you guys remember when I covered Trevor Fitzgibbon? He reached out to me and was like, here's my number, you should call me. And I'm like, I'm not gonna fucking do that, actually. Who else? I've had Gad Sad repost me and threaten to leak my internet history. Mike Flynn has called me crazy. Ann Vandersteel said that I was Mossad, which is ironic as fuck, because some of the people she works with are literally fucking Mossad. Oh shit. I had 2 Sun Microsystems sneaking around there. Posted a bunch of Jew memes on my page. Nothing yet. I'm too small yet. I need to get on the ADL's radar. Man, just know that when that happens, it's just going to turn everything to hard mode. Look, I'm all for pissing off the ADL. Just know that it does make things harder. As long as you're aware. I hate Gadsad so much. Yeah, dude, fuck him. Fuck Gadsad. He's a piece of shit. Literally, his profession is to suck off Israel. That's it. He incubated Juniper Networks, which is important. Because Juniper Networks is, well, it's the Juniper Networks. So this guy's Indian. He went Carnegie Mellon. And he was Xerox PARC. So that PARC that we were looking at. And then we have Scott Creans, who's former CEO. He worked for Tandem Computers, which is on here. Right here. We use Juniper to connect to other networks. Don't worry, everything is being logged for use later on. Oh yeah. It's just the cold. Alright, so unfortunately this is kind of a stopping point. We've been going for about 4.5 hours. We've gotten a lot of it mapped out, but it's probably going to need a part 2. And I'm going to need to clean this web up a little bit. Probably expand things out so that so many things aren't so messy like this. But I think we made some pretty good progress. And we started with just a box of Sequoia Capital in the middle. And then just started drawing lines. So we had Don Valentine, who was the founder, part of Fairchild. So Fairchild with the military contracts. That was a spinoff of Shockley Semiconductor Lab. Eugene Kleiner of Kleiner Perkins was part of both. And then he also worked at Tandem Computers. You know, I mean, there's just so fucking much that we just went over. Like, Fairchild ended up getting spun into Lockheed Martin, which then became BAE Systems through the Carlyle Group. We have this University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, which is going to come back up, actually. I'm going to move all of this over by Mark Andressen. Because Mark Andressen worked at the National Center for Supercomputing Applications, where it is hosted at this University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign. All right, so imagine talking about oxygen all day. Fuck that. Thanks, Evan. Hey, thank you guys. I want to thank Cocoa Biscuits, Buddy Yoga, In Christianity, Judaism, Islam, and MAGA, Katie, Eve Lynn, Shelly A, Phil, what's up, dude? I hope you're still enjoying the job. Layla Decker, Radio Sack, On Another Level. So many other people. Atlas, Sabrina stopped by for a while. Debuma-san was here. Who else do we have? We had AWOL American, and then on YouTube, thank you, Sithunet, Sith, Igor, D, the Quantum Alchemist, Marmalization, Afterburner, and everybody else that contributed. Thank you guys so much. If you like it, make sure you go check out all my other Lies and Ties series. I have the Just Talking series if you're into more like us going back and forth and me doing less research. I interview guests all the time. And then if you guys, want me to keep doing this stuff, support goes a long way. I have merch at my Linktree link here. And then donations help, obviously, but never feel inclined or obligated. You guys are also entitled, in my opinion, to interact with me completely for free. Information should be free. It shouldn't be paywalled. Easily accessible, and I never care if you guys feel free. You have my explicit permission to clip shit, upload it, monetize it. I don't care. I'm doing some research, but really it's just, it's the truth. And the truth should be free and accessible to everybody. So as long as you're getting the information out there, I don't give a shit. I'm not going to say you stole my research either. Somebody actually just did like an entire fucking reframing of some stuff I did on Thomas Massey, and instead of being like, hey, you stole all of this from me, I just reshared it because it's fucking important and I'm glad other people are posting it. So keep that in mind, everybody. And it helps me, helps you guys, helps everybody become more aware and more informed public. I guess that's really all that matters. Peace out, everybody. I will be live again tomorrow. I'll be on Vagabond Show tomorrow, covering some of this stuff, and then the Kleiner Perkins stuff and more. And then I'll be live later tomorrow night, and we'll be doing a Just Talking stream, or we will be digging into Racine, Wisconsin on Lies and Ties episode 22. Also, if you're not big into video, or you know somebody where you're like, hey, go watch this guy, I also have my podcast for Just Talking. That's on Spotify, Apple, Deezer, all that shit, anywhere you can listen to a podcast. I have that going as well. So feel free. Can't wait for Vagabond. I believe tomorrow at noon Central Time for Vagabond. Thank you guys again. Have a wonderful rest of your night, and we'll see you guys tomorrow. Peace out, everybody.